Chapter 487. In the headquarters of the 4th Forward Base, David was in the communication room. Through the enhanced signal communication device, he sent several orders to the distant planet Lunka and planet Kyan. He requested Master Sealy, who was managing the Kerr intelligence organization, to come to planet fighting. Master Sealy was also appointed as the vice president of the Tordo Fund. He would work with the current president, Krebe, to manage the Tordo Fund affairs. This order was very sudden. Krebe, who was far away on planet Kyan, felt a little uneasy. The reason why Krebe had the power he had today was because he had the support of 70% of the major shareholders. This allowed him to make a lot of decisions without much scruples. Krebe had already guessed that the mysterious major shareholder would interfere with the Tordo Fund affairs. However, it had been so peaceful for so many days that he almost forgot about it. Krebe also knew that the mysterious major shareholder was David. He had never met David, but he had always heard rumors about him. He could destroy the entire Erdo satellite with his own power and use his terrifying power to deter other organizations from touching the Tordo Fund. He also successfully took over the Tordo Fund. Therefore, Krebe respected and feared David. He didn't dare to go against David's orders, even if he was stripped of his power. Sitting in his huge office, Krebe turned on the screen in front of him. He needed to meet the new Vice President Sealy through the interstellar communication device. Although they were separated by a galaxy, with Krebe's ability, he could still find information on Vice President Sealy. Vice President Sealy's information was very interesting. As the heavy axe master of the Shadow Mercenary Group, after the Shadow Mercenary Group was destroyed by David, he worked with another weapon master, Alva, to manage a large amount of assets for David. It was also during this period that Vice President Healy became a businessman with a clean slate. Krebe thought about Vice President Sealy's information. He was thinking about how to build a good relationship with Vice President Sealy, who was obviously very close to the mysterious major shareholder, David. As the hologram flashed, the figure of Vice President Sealy appeared on the hologram. President Krebe, hello, I'm Sealy. Master Sealy greeted with a smile. Master Sealy was no longer the same as when he was in the Shadow Mercenary Corps. Managing hundreds of billions of assets and intelligence organizations had changed his temperament greatly. Hello, Vice President Healy. President Krebe also responded with a smile. Master told me to tell you that you have done a great job. As long as you don't make any mistakes, he will always support you. Master Sealy said directly. President Krebe naturally knew whom Master Sealy was referring to. He was also considering how to address David, so he decided to follow Master Sealy's lead. Thank you for your trust, sir. I will work hard. President Krebe expressed his gratitude and then asked, how did Sir arrange your work at the Tordo Fund? After President Krebe asked this question, he was still very nervous. It was hard for ordinary people to understand the torment of giving up power after tasting it. He was already prepared to give up some of his power. Because David had asked Master Sealy to represent David and become the vice president of Tordo Fund, President Krebe thought that Master Sealy's power would be very great. Because of David, a major shareholder, he could affect his power at any time. President Krebe, I will not go to the Tordo Fund headquarters. I'm only the second person in charge of the Tordo Fund. I will only take over the Tordo Fund if you have an accident. Master Sealy said with a smile. Fine sweat appeared on President Krebe's forehead. He understood the meaning of Master Sealy's words, and at the same time, he also let out a long sigh of relief. Master Sealy did not come to the Tordo Fund headquarters, which meant that Master Sealy would not compete with him for power. As for Master Sealy's threat, as long as he did not betray David, there was no need for him to worry about it. In truth, President Krebe had never considered betrayal. The legal affairs of the Tordo Fund were managed by Lawyer Macaulay. If he dared to have any thoughts of betrayal, his position as president would be over. Have you heard of the Great World of God auction? Master Sealy continued to ask. I've heard of this legend. It's the only auction where one can trade with the great world of God through proper channels. President Krebe did not know why Master Sealy was asking this question, but he still answered. I will be your Excellency's representative in Worcester's auction. The Tordo Fund needs to prepare the items to be traded, and your Excellency has allowed the Tordo Fund to use the auction to develop itself. We will need to discuss the details together. Master Seeley solemnly announced. President Krebs' eyes widened. He could not believe his ears. Worcester's Great World of God auction was an extremely special auction. Every faction that could participate was a superpower that spanned across multiple star fields. Vice President Seeley, you're saying that your Excellency has the qualifications to participate in the auction? President Krebs confirmed in disbelief. Yes, your Excellency is the 11th person in the Federation who has the qualifications to participate in the auction. Master Seeley firmly replied. An extreme excitement rose in President Krebs' heart. Ever since he had taken over the Tordo Fund, while the Tordo Fund had developed quite well, it had also faced many problems. The biggest problem was the lack of military force. The Tordo Fund lacked the support of the Transcendent, so the Tordo Fund had always relied on David's deterrence to support itself. However, this deterrence was not a force that the Tordo Fund could use at will. There would often be some small conflicts and probing, and President Krebs could not ask for David's help under these circumstances. Some time ago, there had even been some minor conflicts between some factions and the Tordo Fund, suppressing the Tordo Fund in a few projects. The existence of the Transcendent made President Krebs' hands tied. If they could use the Great World of God auction, the Tordo Fund would have a huge opportunity to develop. Following this, President Krebs and Master Seeley's conversation turned into a discussion of the details of the auction. The Tordo Fund sent a group of negotiators to work with Master Seeley to negotiate with the factions behind the other 10 people who had the qualifications. David did not ask any more questions after arranging everything. He trusted Master Seeley and had long since thought of letting Master Seeley or Master Alva manage his businesses separately. Both Master Seeley and Master Alva had signed an oath with David, so it was impossible for them to betray David. Now that Master Seeley and Master Alva, one in the light and one in the dark, were involved in his important businesses together, and with the legal help of Lawyer Macaulay, his businesses would be more stable. As for the Great World of God auction, unless David needed something to trade, or if he needed to use his accompanying quota, he was prepared to let Master Seeley manage everything else. Otherwise, if David were to waste his qualification for the trade fair, the only ones who would benefit would be the 10 qualifiers. 3 days after the auction ended, the front line of the base had recovered. However, due to David's regular cleanup, there was never more than one level 3 insectoid in the swarm. This allowed the front line of the base to resolve the battle with minimal cost without needing David to intervene. The weather was very good today, and the wind was very light, so there was less dust outside. David did not go to the front line of the base in the morning. He was now in the military camp, wearing a custom-made exoskeleton armor with a sharp, heavy axe and a roaring sniper rifle on his back. He also had a level 3 shield on his back. With David's current strength and being in the military, he did not need to worry about any trouble if he exposed a level 3 shield. The flashing spear and the sharp, heavy axe that he actually had were far more valuable than a level 3 shield. Of course, these were not the only reasons that made David decide to use the level 3 shield. Since the start of training in the morning, David had been feeling a little upset. At first, he thought that there was a problem with his cultivation, but after a careful examination of his whole body, he didn't find any problems. After the training, he went to the infirmary and used the most professional equipment to do a full body checkup, but he did not find any abnormalities in his body. After eliminating the problem with his body, David could not help but think about whether it was a sign of danger. In the past, he would also get a warning before the danger came, but that warning was very obvious, and it was not as special as today. David did not tell others that there might be danger, because he himself was not sure whether it was a sign of danger or an abnormal reaction of his mind. He walked into recruit camp, followed by 2nd Lieutenant Mawson and 6 subordinates wearing law enforcement exoskeleton armor. Just as David was patrolling, his heart palpitated. Almost without any hesitation, he put down the helmet, and his body rose into the air. At the same time, he used his authority to activate the base headquarters alarm system through the helmet. As the alarm system sounded, the energy shield, which was originally at the weakest level, was completely activated. The base headquarters, including the recruit camp, was wrapped in a transparent energy shield. When David rose into the air, he sensed that there was an abnormal spatial energy activity in front of him. The area of abnormal spatial energy activity was 500 meters outside the base headquarters. At the same time, the scanning device in the base headquarters was a step slower than David's reaction, but it also issued a warning of abnormal spatial energy. Please note that there is an abnormal spatial energy. There is a 90% chance that a spatial wormhole will be generated. The soldiers, who were alarmed by the alarm activated by David, immediately began to prepare for war after hearing the warning from the base headquarters. The civilian soldiers moved to the underground defense bunker. The combat personnel all wore armor, and the base headquarters defense system was activated. The 15,000 recruits were in a mess. Although they had gone through a few days of training, the sudden series of alarms made them lose their heads out of fear. The instructor who trained the recruits, Kaji, roared and asked the recruits who did not wear armor to put on Kaji's armor and then assembled. Transcendent Babington and Transcendent Augustine also rose into the air and saw David in the air. "David, what's the situation?" Transcendent Babington flew to David's side and asked in a deep voice, "I'm afraid we're in trouble. A spatial wormhole is about to appear," David said as he pointed at the location of the spatial anomaly. David had seen spatial wormholes before, so he was no stranger to them. Scanning unit immediately scanned the spatial energy level. Transcendent Babington's expression changed as he used the channel to order the scanning unit. They did not have the ability to stop the appearance of a spatial wormhole. Energy weapons that could affect spatial wormholes could not be used on Warstar. The reason why the scanning unit was asked to immediately report the spatial energy level was because spatial wormholes were also divided into levels. The Federation divided spatial wormholes into 5 levels according to the level of the insectoids. Each level of spatial wormhole corresponded to the highest insectoid level that could pass through. General, the scan results indicate a level 3 spatial energy. Just as the spatial wormhole appeared, the scanning unit responded. Level 3 spatial energy meant that the insectoids that were about to appear were level 3. This meant that the insectoids that would come out of the spatial wormhole would not exceed level 3. Hearing this news, Transcendent Babington did not look happy. Level 3 spatial wormholes were already very troublesome among spatial wormholes. It had to be known that the spatial wormhole was only 500 meters away from the headquarters. A level 3 insectoid would be able to reach the headquarters' energy shield in the blink of an eye. This energy shield was not very effective against the claws of a rank 3 insectoid, and this was related to Warstar's suppression of energy. Even if it was an energy shield created from kryptonite, or it was far weaker than the defenses of other planets. "David, let's work together. We can't let a level 3 insectoid enter the headquarters." Transcendent Babington looked at David and said in a deep voice. Transcendent Babington knew that this was somewhat difficult for David. Although David claimed to be able to kill level 3 insectoids, everyone knew that it was an assassination method. Through the combination of Sniper Master's aura concealment method and Grandmaster Heavy Axe's powerful fighting skills, he was able to produce a terrifying assassination ability. In a face-to-face battle, a peak Kaji like David would be at a great disadvantage against a level 3 insectoid in close combat. With David's defense, a single hit from a level 3 insectoid could be fatal. However, Transcendent Babington also knew that if a level 3 insectoid were to rush into the headquarters, no one in the headquarters would be able to withstand the massacre of a level 3 insectoid. In the headquarters, aside from the 1,000 headquarters staff, there were also 15,000 recruits. Even if these Kaji recruits were armed with spears that could injure level 3 insectoids, they would not be able to produce much fighting strength. If there were veterans here, they would not need 15,000 Kaji. Just 5,000 Kaji spears would be enough to fight a level 3 insectoid. In fact, if these recruits were to fall into chaos, they would collapse without the need for a level 3 insectoid to kill them. Chapter 488. I have sent out a distress signal, and there will be a reply from the military soon. Transcendent Babington spoke quickly. Transcendent Augustine descended to the ground. His current position was about 100 meters outside the energy shield, about 400 meters away from the wormhole. Transcendent Augustine placed his large grade 3 shield in front of his body, his eyes staring at the wormhole that was opening in front of him. Transcendent Babington stood beside Transcendent Augustine with a grade 3 heavy axe in his hand. Babington asked the military if one of our bases was attacked, or if all the other bases were attacked. David also descended to Transcendent Augustine's side. The military will not answer such a question at this time. Transcendent Babington shook his head and said without even trying, even if the other bases were also attacked, in order to stabilize the military, they would not tell the other bases the truth. Take the 4th frontline base, for example. Even if everyone died, the military would not allow them to give up the base's defense line. Let me ask, Transcendent Augustine said. Then he began to contact his friends. At this time, the wormhole was rapidly expanding. It was already 2 meters in size, and it was still expanding. David thought for a moment and took the Rohrer sniper rifle from his back. He pressed a large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet into the chamber and then laid down on the ground, ready to snipe. David, are you sure you can do it at such a short distance? Transcendent Babington saw David's actions and immediately understood David's plan, but he was still a little worried. 400 meters was not a good sniping distance. David had too little time to aim and snipe. It depends on my luck. I need a second to recover after sniping. David didn't have much confidence either. The only reason he dared to do this was because of his newly increased spirit. His 799 spirit was infinitely close to 8's spirit. He had a feeling that he could snipe from this distance. Don't worry. Even if we die, we can block the Zerg for you, Babington Transcendent said as he clenched the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. I've asked around. The 8 bases near us all have wormholes. Transcendent Augustine said in a deep voice. Is he here for revenge? Babington Transcendent guessed. The level 4 poisonous fanged giant ant had been killed. Of course, the insectoids would react, but no one would have thought that the insectoids would directly open a wormhole to take revenge. Opening a wormhole required a rank 3 arachnid called the Space Ripper. The arachnids rarely used the Space Ripper because the main task of the Space Ripper was to accumulate spatial energy and open a wormhole that led to space. They wouldn't waste the spatial energy inside the Warstar. The lives of level 1 and level 2 arachnids didn't have much value anyway. Using them to attack the defense line was more cost-effective than using up the Space Ripper's spatial energy. However, this time, the level 4 poisonous fang giant ant had been killed. The insectoid's target of revenge was the 8 bases in the poisonous fanged giant ant's territory. The insectoids rarely attacked the 8 bases before, but now they were facing an even more terrifying attack. While they were talking, the wormhole opened to its maximum size. The 10-meter-tall wormhole emitted a blue light. Flames poured out of the wormhole and covered the entire area in front of it. Then, a giant pincer flaming beetle passed through the wormhole from the other side. The moment the giant pincer flaming beetle appeared, David fired his roaring sniper rifle at almost the same time. His 799 will gave David a faster reaction time. The super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet flew over 400 meters. Before the bullet reached its maximum potential, it hit the giant pincer flaming beetle. One of the giant pincer flaming beetle's eyes exploded. Unfortunately, the sniper bullet wasn't able to penetrate the giant pincer flaming beetle's skull, so it didn't cause any fatal damage to its brain. Even so, the giant pincer flaming beetle couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Although the giant pincer flaming beetle was screaming, its other eye was staring at David, who was dispelling the recoil of the bullet. The battle experience in its genes allowed the giant pincer flaming beetle to instantly lock onto David. The giant pincer flaming beetle didn't even stop screaming before it rushed towards the three people. Another figure came out of the wormhole. David had never seen this level 3 arachnid before. The giant pincer flaming beetle rushed over 200 meters. It was only 2 steps away from David, but David didn't stand up. At that moment, he was dispelling the recoil from his body. His scope had already locked onto the level 3 arachnid that had just appeared. The level 3 arachnid was covered in black armor. Even its eyes were protected by black crystals. David didn't have much time to think. He chose the normal attack method, which was to snipe the level 3 arachnid's eyes. Just as David fired the second super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet, the giant pincer flaming beetle had already arrived in front of him. It spat out transcendent flames from its mouth. The moment the giant pincer flaming beetle opened its mouth, Augustine Transcendent knew what the giant pincer flaming beetle was planning to do. He pushed the level 3 shield forward and rammed it against the giant pincer flaming beetle. The Augustine Transcendent knew that if he allowed the giant pincer flaming beetle to spit out transcendent flames, it might affect David, who was sniping the giant pincer flaming beetle. Just as the transcendent flaming beetle spat out flames, it was blocked by a huge green shield. Then, the transcendent Buffington heavily hacked at the giant pincer flaming beetle's injured eye, opening up a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. If the giant pincer flaming beetle hadn't retreated a little, the transcendent Buffington's attack would have split open the giant pincer flaming beetle's head. Out of David's expectation, after the second level 3 arachnid was hit by the sniper bullet, only fine cracks appeared on its eyes. The bullet didn't break the black crystals in its eyes. The level 3 arachnid was also enraged. It rushed towards the 3 of them. Its momentum was even more oppressive than the giant pincer flaming beetle. After the transcendent Buffington chopped the giant pincer flaming beetle with its axe, it took some time to look at the level 3 arachnid in the distance. David, that's the armor-piercing beetle. Its defense is top-notch among the level 3 arachnids. The transcendent Buffington loudly reminded. David recalled the information about the armor-piercing beetle. It was a level 3 arachnid with a pair of huge pincers on top of its head. As long as it was given enough distance, it could easily break through an energy shield. That was why it was called the armor-piercing beetle. The armor-piercing beetle was known for its defense among all the level 3 arachnids. Its entire body's defense was twice the defense of an ordinary level 3 arachnid. That was why some people called it the armor-piercing beetle. It was no wonder that the sniper bullet couldn't even break through the defense crystals outside the armor-piercing beetle's eyes. This was the double defense of an ordinary level 3 arachnid. David immediately gave up on sniping. His body trembled slightly, and he quickly channeled the recoil into the ground. At this time, the 2 transcendent Buffington and the giant pincer flaming beetle began their second close combat. The giant pincer flaming beetle became even crazier after it was injured. It kept spewing flames from its mouth, so the transcendent Augustine could only continuously hit the giant pincer flaming beetle with its shield to prevent it from spewing flames. The transcendent Buffington chopped twice with its axe, but it only added 2 more wounds on the giant pincer flaming beetle's body. It couldn't cause any fatal damage. After a second, David got rid of the recoil and stood up. He put the roaring sniper rifle behind his back and replaced it with a level 3 shield in his left hand and a sharp heavy axe in his right hand. At this time, the large shield of the transcendent Augustine was damaged. However, since this large shield was specially made and was bigger and thicker than the level 3 shield in David's hand, some small damage did not affect its use. David exerted force on his feet and moved from the back of the transcendent Augustine to the left. At this position, the distance between him and the giant pincer flaming beetle was less than 5 meters. The Spirit Slayer heavy axe technique was activated, and an invisible line of spirit was connected to the giant pincer flaming beetle's body. It was located at the wound next to the eye of the giant pincer flaming beetle. Without any hesitation, David flashed out of the defensive range of the transcendent Augustine's large shield and swung the sharp, heavy axe in his hand. He didn't activate the sharpness effect of the sharp, heavy axe, nor did he activate the poison ability. He only activated all of his innate abilities: extreme speed, strength shock, strength increase, and strength overlay made his attacks even faster and more terrifying. The sharp, heavy axe sped up along the line of spirit, turning the axe into an afterimage. Then it chopped down on the deep wound on the giant pincer flaming beetle's head. Even the direction and position of the attack were exactly the same as the attack of the giant pincer flaming beetle that injured the giant pincer flaming beetle. With a crack sound, the sharp, heavy axe split open the head of the giant pincer flaming beetle. Then, the strength overlap sent the sharp, heavy axe into the giant pincer flaming beetle's brain. This kind of damage made the giant pincer flaming beetle stop spitting fire. Then, it fell heavily on the ground. David felt the shadow attendant take the initiative to rush forward. He knew the giant pincer flaming beetle was dead. Before the Augustine Transcendent could relax, he saw the broken star beetle rushing to 100 meters away from him. The Augustine Transcendent smashed the level 3 shield into the ground heavily. Then, he used his shoulder to block the level 3 shield. He knew very well that after the 400-meter charging process of the armor-breaking beetle, the impact was not something that he could withstand in his normal state. Therefore, the Augustine Transcendent chose the most effective way to defend himself. He used his shoulder to direct the core of his body to the shield. The level 3 wormhole's energy is not enough. At most, it can only allow one level 3 insectoid to pass through. The Babington Transcendent, who had been communicating with the scanning department, said loudly. It seemed like the insectoids originally thought that 3 level 3 insectoids would be enough to destroy the unprepared base headquarters. Thinking about it, it made sense. If it were not for David, the insectoids would have used the giant pincer flaming beetle to protect the wormhole with its transcendent flames. Then, the broken star beetle would charge and break through the energy shield. It was a very planned attack. In the end, no matter what kind of level 3 insectoids it was, they would be enough to slaughter the base headquarters. Just when the Augustine Transcendent was using the level 3 shield to make the best defensive posture, a big wriggling insect came out of the wormhole. It was not a level 3 insectoid, but a level 2 insectoid called the bewitching brainworm. Although it was only a level 2 insectoid, it was far more threatening than a level 3 insectoid in a war. As soon as the bewitching brainworm appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a howl at the 3 people. Of course, the bewitching brainworm did not attack the 3 people with its howl. However, the Augustine Transcendent, who was at the front, felt dizzy. Then, the Babington Transcendent's body swayed slightly and almost fell to the ground. David also felt a powerful mental shock wave surging towards him. The crystal outside his soul fortress only lasted for a second before it was broken. However, when a mental shock wave hit the soul fortress, it shattered into pieces. David was the least affected. He only froze for a moment before he recovered. At this time, the broken star beetle had already rushed to the front of the Augustine Transcendent. The Augustine Transcendent's body was distorted due to the mental shock wave from the bewitching brainworm, so it was not in the best defensive posture. The broken star beetle slammed into the level 3 shield of the Augustine Transcendent. Its pair of pincers made contact with the level 3 shield, and the Augustine Transcendent's thickened shield was instantly deformed. The huge impact made the Augustine Transcendent's body fly back more than 50 meters. His body slid on the ground for a long time. Augustine, David was shocked. At this time, he did not have time to observe the injuries of the Augustine Transcendent. The broken star beetle's charge was intercepted by the Augustine Transcendent, so it turned around and prepared to attack the Babington Transcendent. The Babington Transcendent had not recovered from the mental attack. For him and the Augustine Transcendent, this mental attack was the most difficult to resist. Although the bewitching brainworm was only a level 2 insectoid, its mental strength was comparable to a level 4 insectoid, or even purer. If the bewitching brainworm had any fighting ability other than its mental strength, it would not only be a level 2 insectoid. Seeing that the broken star beetle was about to hit the Babington Transcendent with its pincers, David used the level 3 shield in his left hand and used a shield bash to push the Babington Transcendent away. David then used his mental strength to activate the sharpness pattern on the handle of the sharp heavy axe. With a flash of white light, the sharpness effect of the sharp heavy axe was activated. At the same time, the thread of mental strength was connected to the broken star beetle. The innate ability that was not deactivated allowed David to maintain his strongest fighting ability. Brandishing the axe, an afterimage of the axe flashed, and by the time the armor-breaking beetle sensed danger, the sharp heavy axe had already chopped down on the beetle's head. This was the first time David used the sharpness effect on a level 3 insectoid. It felt like the double defense of the broken star beetle had completely removed its defense. The sharp, heavy axe easily cut into the head of the broken star beetle. Chapter 489. The armor-piercing beetle didn't even have time to let out a scream before its head was split open. The sharp, heavy axe didn't stop until it reached the brain of the armor-piercing beetle. The brain of the armor-piercing beetle was then shaken into a pile of paste by the shock of power that was triggered by the sharp, heavy axe. No matter how strong the defense of the armor-piercing beetle was, this kind of damage was absolutely fatal. The shadow attendant rushed over first and absorbed the soul of the armor-piercing beetle. David sensed the movement of the shadow attendant and forcefully withdrew the sharp, heavy axe. "Damn, my head hurts." Babington Transcendent shook his head and shouted. When he saw that David killed the armor-piercing beetle with one strike, he was relieved. However, when he turned his head and saw the brainworm of bewitchment 400 meters away, his eyes still throbbed. David quickly killed this brainworm of bewitchment. This guy is almost level 3. Babington Transcendent resisted the headache and reminded him. This brainworm of bewitchment was obviously stronger than the brainworm of bewitchment that Babington Transcendent had encountered before. This showed that the level of this brainworm of bewitchment was very high. Even Babington Transcendent wondered if this brainworm of bewitchment was a brainworm of bewitchment king. At this time, Babington Transcendent still needed some time to recover. He had already used the Transcendent's power to protect himself. It would still take some time for him to be able to move freely. As for Augustine Transcendent, he was still unconscious, so Babington Transcendent was more anxious. "Okay," David responded and immediately rushed toward the brainworm of bewitchment. Just as David rushed out 10 meters, his body made a dodging movement to the left, and then a Gauss shell hit the place where he was originally standing. If David hadn't felt the danger, he would have been hit by the Gauss shell. The base headquarters Gauss cannons were operated by gunners. Normally, there wouldn't be such a big mistake. At this time, the 2 level 3 insects were all killed. Even if the Gauss cannon wanted to attack, it would attack the brainworm of bewitchment in the distance instead of choosing to attack David. In the control room of the Gauss cannon, 2 gunners sat in their positions. Their eyes were fixed. Relying on their long training, they instinctively operated the Gauss cannon and constantly chased after David's figure. The brainworm of bewitchment's brainworm's brainworm of bewitchment was brainworm of bewitchment. Brainworm of bewitchment is bewitchment was brainworm of bewitchment. Of bewitchment of bewitchment. Of bewitchment of bewitchment. David exerted force on his feet and dodged another attack from the Gauss cannon. He also understood the current situation. He had to quickly kill the brainworm of bewitchment to end this situation. Otherwise, more and more soldiers would be controlled, and the consequences would become more and more serious. The brainworm of bewitchment was also exerting force. The bewitchment pattern was continuously sent out through its spirit. The brainworm of bewitchment's spirit was much higher than David's. Therefore, its bewitchment ability was much stronger than David's, who had only learned the basics, could not be compared to it. In a war, if a brainworm of bewitchment appeared, as long as it was not killed in a short period of time, then the entire battlefield would be controlled by it. This was also the reason why Kaji and the Gauss cannon were set up in the defense wall. As long as the brainworm of bewitchment was discovered, then it would be the first target to be attacked. David was not worried about the attack from the Gauss cannon. The standard of the cannoneers was very ordinary. In addition to his spirit warning in advance, as long as he was targeted, he would be able to sense it. He activated extreme speed and wanted to use his fastest speed to approach the brainworm of bewitchment. When David rushed to 200 meters away from the brainworm of bewitchment, the brainworm of bewitchment sensed danger. It moved towards the wormhole. It seemed like it wanted to escape through the wormhole. How could David let the brainworm of bewitchment leave? This brainworm of bewitchment that was about to reach level 3 must be killed on sight. Otherwise, once it appeared in any battlefield, it would be a nightmare. Although the brainworm of bewitchment only controlled 2 cannoneers, this was because David was pressuring it too much, causing it to not be able to use its full strength. If the brainworm of bewitchment had 1 or 2 level 3 insectoids, especially the level 3 insectoids with super strong defense like the broken beetle, then the brainworm of bewitchment would explode with terrifying power. David might even face the attack of 15,000 Kaji recruits. David panicked and activated the engine of the custom-made exoskeleton armor at full power. The engine let out a shrill sound, and the short wings on his back spewed out energy, pushing his body forward quickly. The brainworm of bewitchment was originally very close to the wormhole. Even if the brainworm of bewitchment's body was huge and bloated, and it could only move by wriggling, it still quickly approached the wormhole. David was pushed forward by the short wings and rushed forward 100 meters, nearing within 100 meters of the brainworm of bewitchment. It was also because of this sudden acceleration that the attacking Gaussian cannons missed. Even if the 2 cannoneers were not under control, and if they had the ability to think and calculate, they would not be able to lock onto such a fast target, let alone in this situation. The brainworm of bewitchment was about to enter the wormhole when it turned around to look at David, who was chasing after it. David could see the mockery in the pair of eyes that were especially small compared to its huge body. It seemed to be saying, "Come and kill me." David never thought that he would be mocked by an insect. His face behind the helmet was filled with anger. He opened his mouth wide and let out a soundless cry. The high-frequency sound wave was faster than the brainworm of bewitchment. Just as the brainworm of bewitchment was about to enter the wormhole, the high-frequency sound wave rushed into the brainworm of bewitchment's ears. If it was any other mental attack, the brainworm of bewitchment would not be affected at all. However, the high-frequency sound wave was very special. It was an attack that used a special high-frequency sound to attack the target's hearing. This type of attack would not be affected by the target's mental defense. As long as the target had hearing, it would be attacked by the high-frequency sound wave. The brainworm of bewitchment paused, and an indescribable sound rushed into its ears. While it shook its eardrums, it also made it lose its balance. When its huge body lost its balance, it crashed to the ground. The brainworm of bewitchment's mental attack was very strong, but its weakness was too obvious. That was its defense. David's high-frequency sound wave was only slightly more powerful than the real high-frequency sound wave, but it was still enough to make the brainworm of bewitchment dizzy for a long time. This time, it was enough for David to rush over 100 meters and reach the brainworm of bewitchment. David raised the sharp, heavy axe in his right hand up high. His spirit thread was connected to the brainworm of bewitchment's huge head. With this attack, the brainworm of bewitchment would definitely die. At this moment, a spirit thread came from the wormhole. Stop! This spirit thread was connected to David's spirit thread. Although they were not of the same race, the spirit thread could directly communicate with each other. Therefore, David understood what it was trying to say. Not to mention the fact that David couldn't withdraw his attack when he heard the message conveyed by this spiritual thread. Even if he could, he wouldn't withdraw his attack. The sharp, heavy axe carried a green light as it swept across the brainworm of bewitchment's huge head. The huge head was chopped off from the brainworm of bewitchment's body. The shadow attendant rushed out again and absorbed the brainworm of bewitchment as soul. "How dare you?" An extremely angry spirit thread came from the wormhole. After that, David felt a terrifying pressure coming from the wormhole. Even the Babington Transcendent, who had just recovered, was a little out of breath from this pressure. This was an extreme sense of despair, and it was also a difference in the level of life. It was like comparing a giant dragon to an ant. David and the Babington Transcendent were ants, and the existence on the other side of the wormhole was a giant dragon. David's strong spirit thread came into play at this time. Even in the face of such a terrifying pressure, he still insisted on using the grade 3 shield in his left hand to block in front of his body. This was because his danger perception ability was frantically warning him that an attack that could threaten his life would come at any time. Then, David saw a slender finger reach out from the wormhole. This finger gently pointed at David. When the finger pointed at David, David's body, which originally wanted to dodge, was fixed. He could not move his body and could only watch the finger pointing at him. The finger seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. When the finger pointed at David's grade 3 shield, the grade 3 shield was easily penetrated by the finger as if it was made of soft material. David had never felt as powerless as he did today. No matter how strong the enemy was in the past, he had the ability to fight back, but the enemy today was completely different. He could not even activate the underground sneak ability that he was so proud of. All of his talent abilities were a joke under the suppression of absolute strength. Death was in front of him, and David's heart was full of unwillingness. He had not become stronger, and he still had potential, and he was going to be killed just like that. Just when David thought that he could not escape this time, the wormhole could no longer support this terrifying finger. This wormhole could only accommodate 3 level 3 insectoids. Although the strength of the brainworm of bewitchment was slightly weaker, the wormhole had a certain amount of space. However, this amount of space was originally used to allow the brainworm of bewitchment to return. The death of the brainworm of bewitchment made the existence on the other side of the wormhole very angry, so it attacked with this finger. Originally, according to this existence's calculation, this attack was enough to kill David. However, who knew that when David was in danger, he would block in front of him with a grade 3 shield, which made a small mistake in this existence's calculation. The wormhole instantly disappeared, and this existence hesitated for a moment, deciding whether to make the final attack or to retreat. For an existence like this, attacking a small Kaji and not killing him, if this matter was known by others, it would be extremely embarrassing. Therefore, this existence decided to make the final attack, and its finger continued to point. Just when this existence thought that it would definitely kill David, it suddenly felt that the grade 3 shield was strangely moving back in the direction of its attack. This was David using the defensive ability of the Shield Master to convert the energy of the attack into a backward force. Of course, he was only trying to save his own life, but in his mind, it was more like a helpless struggle. However, the shadow attendant in the void suddenly moved behind David, grabbed David's body, and suddenly exerted force. This force was extremely synchronized with the energy conversion of the Shield Master. Even David himself thought that the energy conversion of the Shield Master was effective, but in fact, with his strength, even if he had the ability of the Shield Master, he could not change the result at all. The shadow attendant's strength and skills at this moment were far beyond its usual performance, and even David did not sense the shadow attendant's actions. In the entire battlefield, only the shadow attendant knew what it was doing. At this time, David's mind was completely shrouded in the fear of death, and he did not notice that the shadow attendant's connection with him had disappeared for a while. His perception of the shadow attendant was blocked during this time. The existence opposite him also did not expect this to happen. After all, only an existence of the same level could resist its attack. It was also because of this slight error that its attack missed. Its attack missed the opportunity to retreat before the wormhole was completely destroyed. "I will find you." David vaguely heard the voice of the opponent's spirit, and then the finger was directly cut off by the space cut when the wormhole was destroyed. In the end, the existence used a bit of strength, and the finger was cut off, and it was still pointed at David. However, without the support of the existence, although this attack was very strong, it was not as invincible as before. David felt like his shield was being hit by a mountain. He could only use the best defense and let his body and the grade 3 shield fly out at the same time. He could not let the grade 3 shield hit his body due to the huge force and cause a fatal shock effect. David's body flew out a distance of 400 meters and rushed through the defensive barrier. Fortunately, the defensive barrier recognized David and did not block David. Otherwise, he would have directly hit the barrier. He continued to fly backwards, and in the process, the Shield Master's defensive ability was constantly reducing the huge force. David did not know how far he flew, and in the end, he crashed heavily into the wall of the headquarters, creating a deep hole in the special alloy wall. He was also trapped in the hole. Chapter 490. David's consciousness was a little scattered. Finally, he saw the finger on his level 3 shield. He used the last of his consciousness to order the shadow attendant to put the finger into the space ring. He didn't know what this finger was, but in his subconscious mind, this finger must be extraordinary. Although the harvest on the battlefield belonged to the military, he wouldn't foolishly hand over an unknown item of this level. After vaguely seeing the finger on the level 3 shield disappear, David also fainted. In the Gaussian cannon control room, the two gunners woke up from their bewitched state. They looked at each other. Although they were controlled, they could still feel it. They were full of guilt when they woke up. Save them. The first to rush out was Medical Kaji. They were divided into 2 groups. One group of Medical Kaji rushed to Augustine Transcendent, while the other group of Medical Kaji rushed to David. Strengthen the defense of the base headquarters. All Kaji, get into battle formation. Babington Transcendent shouted. At this time, 2 of the 3 strongest Zergs had fallen. It would be difficult to resist if the Zergs came. The 15,000 recruits Kaji heard the order and immediately began to form a battle formation, forming a line of defense outside the base headquarters. After the battle, just now, the recruits Kaji saw the 2 strong soldiers in the army who risked their lives for them. Now, they needed to protect the strong soldiers who sacrificed their lives for them. How are their injuries? Babington Transcendent quickly walked to the side of Medical Kaji and asked in a deep voice. General Augustine's injuries are very serious. His internal organs are ruptured, and many tissues are necrotic. It will take at least 6 days to recover. During this time, he can't leave the gene repair cabin. At the same time, he also needs 6 days of level 3 healing potions. Medical Kaji replied in a low voice. After the battle injuries were scanned, the most accurate conclusion could be obtained immediately. Therefore, after the examination, the results were sent to Medical Kaji. Medical Kaji was responsible for the subsequent treatment plan. What about Major David? After Babington Transcendent heard about Augustine Transcendent's injuries, half of his worries were gone. The other half was worried about David. Transcendent Babington saw the scene of David being sent flying. Under that terrible pressure, the only thing he could use was his eyes. He saw David fly hundreds of meters away, past the energy shield, and hit the alloy wall. Just the distance of being sent flying was enough to show the magnitude of the force behind it. It was more than 10 times the distance that the Augustine Transcendent had been sent flying. In terms of strength, it was probably many times greater than the Augustine Transcendent. Compared to the injuries suffered by Augustine Transcendent, how serious were David's injuries? Transcendent Babington only thought about David's survival at the moment. No matter how serious the injuries were, they could be treated slowly. Major David's injuries. Medical Kaji said with a strange expression, I can accept the worst result. Speak. Transcendent Babington said in a deep voice, thinking that David's injuries were too serious. Major David's whole body has 32 bones cracked. His muscles also have a large area of injury. At the same time, he has a moderate concussion. Medical Kaji replied, That's it. Transcendent Babington asked incredulously. David's injuries were not too serious. They were too light. It was so light that even Transcendent Babington couldn't believe it. Dozens of broken bones and muscle injuries from such a long distance. How could that be considered an injury? There was also a moderate concussion, which was caused by hitting the wall. Even if he didn't do anything to protect himself, he would still have a moderate concussion if he hit the wall directly. This shouldn't be an injury caused by flying hundreds of meters. Yes, Major David should have a very strong shield mastery ability to offset a lot of the attacks. Otherwise, Medical Kaji said, pointing to the third-grade shield sent by Medical Kaji. Transcendent Babington recognized the third-grade shield. It was David's third-grade shield. Transcendent Babington didn't have the slightest idea that David had a third-grade shield. David could have a sharp heavy axe and a shining spear. Was it strange that he had a third-grade shield? When the Transcendent Babington saw the third-grade shield in David's hand, he thought how much David cared about his defense. Now it seemed that David did pay attention to his defense. He even practiced shield mastery to a very high level. Transcendent Babington even suspected that David was also a shield master. Transcendent Babington had long been numb to this. Heavy axe master, sniper master, and spear master. He only knew so many abilities. Was one more too many? Suddenly, Transcendent Babington saw the fingerprints on the third-grade shield. He suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He immediately understood what kind of existence had attacked David through the wormhole. David was still alive under the attack of that existence, and his injuries were only this small. David woke up 10 minutes later. When he woke up, he found himself in the genetic repair cabin. Transcendent Babington was standing outside the genetic repair cabin, looking at him with a strange expression. David looked at his current situation. He was still wearing his military uniform and had not taken it off completely. He felt that his injuries were healing rapidly. Needless to say, this was the effect of the third-grade healing potion. Although the injuries of broken bones sounded terrible, in fact, as long as they were not completely broken, this kind of injury would heal very quickly. Normally, this kind of injury did not require the use of a third-grade healing potion at all. However, Transcendent Babington knew that the situation at this time was special. The military could not send much reinforcements, and the frontline base defense line could not be transferred back. Fortunately, they had repelled the sudden attack of the Zerg. The probability of another attack in a short time was not high. However, Transcendent Babington still needed David to recover quickly and guard the base headquarters with him. After another 5 minutes, David felt that his injuries were completely healed. The genetic repair cabin also showed a green light, which was a signal to scan his body for recovery. David pressed the button, and the genetic repair fluid was removed. He walked out of the genetic repair cabin. David, I know you killed a lot of Transcendent, but your hobby is really unbearable. Transcendent Babington pointed to David's arms and legs. David could not help but smile bitterly. He understood what Babington Transcendent meant, because David had Transcendent bracers on his arms and legs. This was probably the reason why Transcendent Babington personally took care of David. He did not want others to know that David had so many spatial bracers on him. David did not know how to explain. He was not a freak, but he could indeed use spatial bracers. Well, quickly change. Fortunately, you can repair your exoskeleton armor. Repair your exoskeleton armor quickly. I need you to recover your combat power as soon as possible. Transcendent Babington saw David's expression and could not help but wave his hand. David nodded. He went to the bathroom to wash the genetic repair fluid on his body, and then took the exoskeleton armor to the maintenance department. Major, you are here. Lieutenant Fisher saw David walk into his maintenance room and immediately greeted him. I want to borrow your equipment. David was not polite. Time was very important, so he directly asked. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Fisher immediately stopped his work and said. This time, the custom-made exoskeleton armor was very damaged. Fortunately, the equipment here was very complete, and David's skills were enough. After a dazzling operation in front of Lieutenant Fisher's eyes, it only took 10 minutes to complete the repair of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, this was only to ensure the performance of the repair. Some of the details would take too long to repair, so he could only do it when he had time. When David put on the exoskeleton armor and came to the war room, he saw Transcendent Babington, communicating with the figure on the screen. General North, how do you want me to send reinforcements? I only have 15,000 recruits in my hands. Do you want them to fight a level 3 Zerg? Transcendent Babington shouted at General North on the screen. General Babington, now that the headquarters of the 3rd Frontline Base on your left flank has been destroyed and the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base on your right flank is in danger. Once the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base is lost, your 4th Frontline Base will be attacked from 3 sides. General North said in a deep voice. General North also understood that such a request was a bit excessive, but it was too sudden. All the prepared Babington Transcendent had been dispatched, and he had also asked for help from the great world of God. But the current situation was very bad. The attack was too sudden, and all of them were level 3 Zerg attacks. Many of the base headquarters were destroyed after the first attack of the level 3 Zerg, and there was no way to rescue them. By the time this batch of recruits, Kaji, reaches the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base, the battle there will already be over. They will only be sending themselves to their deaths. Transcendent Babington still disagreed. In fact, General North could have given the order in this situation, but the consequences would have to be borne by General North. Sending 15,000 recruits, Kaji, to their deaths was a decision that no one could make. Has Major David recovered? General North saw David coming in, and his eyes lit up. General North, I have recovered. David immediately replied with a salute. Well, Major David, I order you to go to the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base immediately. General North ordered loudly. General North, are you going to give an order that is beyond your level? Transcendent Babington asked with an ugly expression. Major David, you can deal with it according to the situation. I hope you can help the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base. General North was silent for a moment, then changed his tone and requested. Transcendent Babington's face looked a little better. He knew that David had the ability to hide his breath. As long as David was not forced to fight to the death, then David would not be in much danger. He nodded gently to David. Yes, General North. David saluted again. David, you have to be more careful this time. Don't try to be brave. If you can't do it, come back immediately. Turning off the light screen, the Transcendent Babington whispered, Understand. David nodded. David turned around and left the war room. While running, he used his faceplate to connect to the Wings of Death assault ship through his identity bracelet. The Wings of Death assault ship in the hangar was activated. David entered the hangar and jumped on the Wings of Death assault ship. The engine roared, and the assault ship flew out. The headquarters of the 4th Frontline Base and the 5th Frontline Base were 200 kilometers apart. The Wings of Death assault ship flew at full speed without regard for fuel consumption. After 10 minutes, David saw the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base. It could be said that the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base was very lucky because the 3 level 3 insectoids that appeared here were the same type. They were all giant pincer flaming bugs that used transcendent flames. The giant pincer flaming bugs' transcendent flames were very scary, but the defensive shield of the 5th Frontline Base's headquarters was very effective against energy attacks like transcendent flames. When David arrived, he saw the 3 giant pincer flaming bugs continuously spitting out transcendent flames at the defensive shield of the 5th Frontline Base's headquarters. Even the surface of the defensive shield had turned red, and the shield was constantly shaking. It could be broken at any time. The Wings of Death assault ship flew away on its own. David took out the Roarer sniper rifle from 5,000 meters away and quickly loaded it with a super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet. After setting up the soundproofing device, David only needed 3 seconds to fire. The 3 giant pincer flaming bugs caused a huge commotion. In fact, if the 3 giant pincer flaming bugs were given a little more time to break through the defensive shield, the entire headquarters would be engulfed in transcendent flames, and not a single person would be left alive. The terrifying thing about the giant pincer flaming bugs was their transcendent flames. Even if they were in an underground safe house, they would still die from the melting of the alloy. When the transcendent flames of the giant pincer flaming bugs burned the special alloy used in the headquarters, it was as easy as a normal flame meeting would. It was impossible for David to watch such a tragedy happen. He knew that there were about the same number of recruits as Kaji in this place. The sniper bullet fired from the Rohrer sniper rifle flew over 5,000 meters. When it was about 200 meters away from the giant pincer flaming bug, the giant pincer flaming bug actually sensed something. However, the transcendent flames in the entire area affected the giant pincer flaming bug's vision. In addition, when the transcendent flames was sprayed out, the giant pincer flaming bug opened its mouth wide, giving David a better target to snipe. Just when the giant pincer flaming bug sensed something, the super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet entered its mouth and broke its neck from its trachea to its spine. The giant pincer flaming bug instantly lost its ability to move. This also attracted the attention of the other 2 giant pincer flaming bugs. They stopped spraying transcendent flames and started looking around. The 2 giant pincer flaming bugs' energy shield, which had been shaking due to the continuous attacks, started to stabilize after the attack stopped. The 2 giant pincer flaming bugs were also affected by the transcendent flames, so they did not manage to locate the sniper immediately, let alone discover David. Chapter 491. Inside the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base, the 2 transcendent protectors looked at each other and flew into the sky without any hesitation. Transcendent Gordon and Transcendent Dickinson stayed behind at the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base. They were prepared to live and die with the headquarters. As long as the 3 giant pincer flaming bugs broke through the energy shield, they would bring the recruit Kaji and the rest of the combat personnel from the headquarters to fight to the death. Before that, they only hoped that the energy shield could last a little longer. On one hand, they could wait for the military to send reinforcements. On the other hand, they could also use the transcendent flame energy of the giant pincer flaming bugs. In fact, before David killed one of the giant pincer flaming bugs, the Transcendent Gordon and Transcendent Dickinson did not have much hope. According to the news from the military, reinforcements would not come for the time being. Only the headquarters of the 4th Frontline Base, which was responsible for monitoring the situation, would send a sniper master. The 2 Transcendent Dickinson knew a little about the sniper master called David from the 4th Frontline Base. Although David had just arrived at the 4th Frontline Base, his actions had left a deep impression on every soldier. Although they had heard many legends about David, the 2 Transcendent Dickinson did not believe that David could come to their rescue alone. Under such circumstances, the 2 Transcendent Dickinson suddenly saw one of the giant pincer flaming bugs fall to the ground and the other 2 giant pincer flaming bugs stop attacking. How could they not understand what had happened? The 2 Transcendent Dickinson only had one thought. They could not let the giant pincer flaming bugs attack David. David was a sniper master. They needed to hold the 2 giant pincer flaming bugs back so that he could unleash his greatest attack power. When the 2 Transcendent rose into the air and flew towards the 2 giant pincer flaming beetles, the 2 giant pincer flaming beetles also discovered David's position. This was an instinct. Through the location where the giant pincer flaming beetle was shot, the other 2 giant pincer flaming beetles would be able to determine the direction from which the shot came. There was no obstruction in that direction, so David just laid on the ground. With the eyesight of a level 3 arachnid, he could still clearly see a distance of 5,000 meters. The second supercaliber grade 3 sniper bullet was loaded into the chamber. David did not try to snipe the giant pincer flaming beetle at this moment. With his experience in sniping level 3 insectoids, he already knew that it was impossible to effectively snipe a level 3 insectoid when they were prepared. With the speed of a level 3 insectoid, it was completely capable of dodging in advance. Therefore, David was also waiting for an opportunity. He saw the 2 Transcendent in the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base and waited for the 2 Transcendent to create an opportunity for him. There was no need to communicate at all. Creating an opportunity for a sniper master to snipe was a rule of the battlefield. Block the two giant pincer flaming beetles. The Transcendent of Gordon shouted loudly. The Transcendent of Gordon saw the two giant pincer flaming beetles turning around and trying to run away. Naturally, he knew that the two giant pincer flaming beetles had discovered David. The Transcendent of Dickinson held a grade 3 warhammer in his hand. He spun in the air and threw the warhammer in his hand. The hammer smashed towards one of the giant pincer flaming beetles. There was a soft rope made of an unknown material on the handle of the rank 3 warhammer. When the rank 3 warhammer was thrown out, Dickinson's body seemed to be weightless as he was carried by the rank 3 warhammer towards the giant claw flaming bug. What he was doing was very dangerous. One had to know that the transcendent flame of the giant pincer flaming beetle was a great threat to the transcendent armor. By doing this, he would gain speed but lose his defense. However, in order to block the giant pincer flaming beetle, the Transcendent of Dickinson had to take the risk. The Transcendent of Gordon held a grade 3 spear in his hand. He should be better at speed. Even though he was flying at full speed in the air, he was only slightly slower than the Transcendent of Dickinson. Of the two giant pincer flaming beetles, the one in front of the Transcendent of Dickinson was targeted by the giant pincer flaming beetle. The two highly intelligent giant pincer flaming beetles immediately divided the work. The giant pincer flaming beetle targeted by the Transcendent of Dickinson turned around and faced the two Transcendent of Dickinson. The giant pincer flaming beetle behind, the giant pincer flaming beetle under the cover of the giant pincer flaming beetle in front. The giant pincer flaming beetle opened its mouth and spat out transcendent flames towards the two Transcendent of Dickinson. Just as the Transcendent of Dickinson was about to be hit by the Transcendent of Dickinson's flames, the Transcendent of Gordon whipped the Transcendent of Dickinson with its grade 3 spear, causing the giant pincer flaming beetle to change its direction in the air and dodge the flames of the Transcendent of Dickinson. The Transcendent of Dickinson changed its direction and used the momentum to swing the grade 3 warhammer in a circle towards the giant pincer flaming beetle. The giant pincer flaming beetle approached the Transcendent of Dickinson and dodged the attack of the grade 3 warhammer. At the same time, it wanted to spit out transcendent flames again. At that moment, the Transcendent of Gordon attacked with its grade 3 spear, forcing the giant pincer flaming beetle to dodge. The Transcendent of Dickinson also withdrew its grade 3 warhammer and cooperated with the Transcendent of Gordon to prevent the giant pincer flaming beetle from spitting out transcendent flames. However, the two Transcendent of Dickinson were unable to deal any damage to the giant pincer flaming beetle in a short period of time. It was obvious that the giant pincer flaming beetle was using guerrilla tactics, waiting for the other giant pincer flaming beetle to kill Kaji before coming to its aid. The two Transcendent of Dickinson were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Master David, we are sorry. We were unable to stop the giant pincer flaming beetle. The Transcendent of Gordon apologized through the public channel. David did not pay attention to the Transcendent of Gordon's words. He was aiming at the giant pincer flaming beetle through his scope. Of course, he was not aiming at the giant pincer flaming beetle that was attacking him. The giant pincer flaming beetle was very vigilant against his sniping, so it was not a threat to David at all. On the other hand, the giant pincer flaming beetle that was fighting against the two Transcendent of Dickinson was focused on its battle, so it was targeted by David. In just 3 seconds, David had grasped the battle pattern of the giant pincer flaming beetle and analyzed its possible movements. Just as he determined that there was an 80% chance that the giant pincer flaming beetle would make its next move, the roaring sniper rifle was fired. The super large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet passed by the giant pincer flaming beetle that was charging towards David from 5,000 meters away and continued to fly forward. The giant pincer flaming beetle that was fighting against the two Transcendent of Dickinson opened its mouth and tried to spit out transcendent flames again. However, this time, before the Transcendent of Gordon could stop it with its grade 3 spear, a super large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet shot into its mouth and shredded the insides of its neck into pieces. The giant pincer flaming beetle was pierced by the grade 3 spear of Gordon Transcendent of Dickinson. Originally, the giant pincer flaming beetle could have dodged, but after being shot, its spine was severed and it lost its ability to move. Master David, the Transcendent of Gordon Transcendent and Dickinson Transcendent of Dickinson, saw the wound on their opponent's neck and cried out in shock. From her point of view, David did not care about his own safety and prioritized killing the giant pincer flaming beetle. If that was the case, then David would have been torn apart by the other giant pincer flaming beetle. The two Transcendent of Dickinson wanted to chase after the last giant pincer flaming beetle, but when they saw the giant pincer flaming beetle moving further and further away, they felt a deep sense of helplessness. They did not believe that David could fight a level 3 insectoid in close combat. Although it was rumored that David could hunt and kill level 3 insectoids, hunting and face-to-face combat were two completely different things. Hunting could be prepared in advance, and one could use all kinds of advantages to gain an advantage, but face-to-face combat could not be faked at all. However, the two Transcendent of Dickinson did not stay where they were. They soared into the sky and chased after the giant pincer flaming beetle with all their might. Even if it was futile, they still had to do their best. After David killed the giant pincer flaming beetle that was fighting the two Transcendent of Dickinson, he shifted his attention to the other giant pincer flaming beetle that was rushing towards him. He stood up and put away the roaring sniper rifle on his back. He then equipped the level 3 mega shield in his left hand and the sharp heavy axe in his right. The giant pincer flaming beetle was getting closer and closer. David could see the cruelty in its eyes. David's strength was too confusing. The giant pincer flaming beetle did not feel any threat from David due to the Kaji's peak strength that he displayed. Therefore, when the giant pincer flaming beetle got closer to David, it surprisingly did not use the Transcendent Flame. It wanted to torture and kill David. Instead of using the Transcendent Flame to burn David to death, it wanted to tear David into pieces with its own hands. Only then would it be able to vent its hatred for killing its comrade. David was a little curious as to why the giant pincer flaming beetle did not use the Transcendent Flame. He was already prepared to use his underground move talent ability. He was still a few thousand meters away from the two Transcendent. The two Transcendent would not be able to see the battlefield clearly, so the possibility of David being exposed if he used underground move was very small. However, since the giant pincer flaming beetle did not use the Transcendent Flame, David did not need to use underground move. When the giant pincer flaming beetle was 50 meters away from David, and it only needed one step to reach David, David opened his mouth and released a high-frequency sound wave. At the same time, extreme speed, physique enhancement, strength shock, strength enhancement, and strength overlap were all activated. The poison ability was activated, and a poison engraving pattern was drawn on the edge of the sharp heavy axe, with a level 4 transcendent poison. The giant pincer flaming beetle was affected by the sudden high-frequency sound wave, and it felt a little dizzy. However, the dizziness only lasted for less than half a second. However, the giant pincer flaming beetle had already reached David. David activated the heavy axe technique and connected a thread of spirit to the giant pincer flaming beetle. David activated the sharp effect of the sharp heavy axe and swung it down at the giant pincer flaming beetle. When David swung the axe, the giant pincer flaming beetle had already woken up. The high-frequency sound wave could only catch a level 3 insectoid by surprise. Even against a transcendent insectoid, the dizziness caused by the short duration of the high-frequency sound wave was very limited. However, David was different. He did not have the ability to fight against a level 3 insectoid for a long time. All he had was his strongest attack. If it did not work, he could either run away or die in battle. The giant pincer flaming beetle opened its mouth. It no longer cared about torturing or killing. Right now, it just wanted to kill David. Unfortunately, the giant pincer flaming beetle had made another mistake. The speed and power of the sharp heavy axe had exceeded its expectations. When the sharp heavy axe was swung out along the thread of spirit, its speed suddenly doubled. This made it impossible for the giant pincer flaming beetle to dodge. However, the giant pincer flaming beetle was not too worried. Even if Akaji at the peak of the giant pincer flaming beetle wielded a level 3 weapon, he would not be able to do much damage to it. At most, he would be able to break through some of its defenses and injure its flesh. However, when the sharp heavy axe landed on the giant pincer flaming beetle, the giant pincer flaming beetle realized how wrong its judgment was. The sharp heavy axe was equivalent to level 4 sharpness. After going through the effect of strength amplification and the acceleration of the spirit thread, the power of the sharp heavy axe far exceeded that of Akaji at the peak of the giant pincer flaming beetle's power. The sharp heavy axe swept across the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck and successfully cut it in half. The giant pincer flaming beetle felt the threat of death. It wanted to make one last desperate attempt, but it felt powerless. The level 4 transcendent poison had taken effect. The sharp heavy axe's effect lasted for 2 seconds. These 2 seconds were enough for David to attack again. After the first attack, David turned his body sideways. The sharp heavy axe in his hand that had just swept across the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck drew an arc in the air before he swung it again at the same spot on the giant pincer flaming beetle's neck. This time, the giant pincer flaming beetle's head was directly cut off. The head that fell to the ground spat out a small flame. This was the giant pincer flaming beetle's last struggle. The shadow attendant flew forward and absorbed the giant pincer flaming beetle's soul. David did not have the time to feel the comfortable feeling from the shadow attendant. A poison engraving pattern appeared in his hand, and the level 4 poison on the giant pincer flaming beetle's body was absorbed. The level 4 poison was very scary, and it was hard to explain why it was discovered by others. When the two Transcendent arrived at the scene of the battle, they saw David waiting for them with the giant pincer flaming beetle's head in his hand. "Master David, I'm Gordon. Thank you for your help." The Gordon Transcendent's attitude was very humble. Kaji was able to kill a level 3 insectoid head-on, so they could not treat him as Kaji. Therefore, the Gordon Transcendent treated David as someone who had the same strength as them. They treated him with more respect than the other Transcendent who had the same strength as them. To be honest, if the two Transcendent did not have David's long-range attack, they would not have been able to kill the giant pincer flaming beetle in a short time. Chapter 492. Gordon Transcendent looked at David. How long did David take to kill the giant pincer flaming beetle? 1 second? 2 seconds? Gordon Transcendent couldn't help but smile bitterly. What was the difference between 1 second and 2 seconds? "Greetings, Master David. I'm Dickinson." Dickinson Transcendent also bowed respectfully. The two Transcendent didn't use military etiquette. Instead, they used common etiquette to show that they were on the same level. "Greetings, generals." David returned a military salute. He was here on military orders, so he didn't know much about the two Transcendent. Naturally, he maintained the etiquette of a subordinate to a superior officer. "Master David, let's go back to the headquarters and have a chat." Gordon Transcendent wouldn't let David leave just like that. If they didn't receive him, what would the military say about them in the future? Therefore, he invited David. Okay, David didn't want to talk too much here. There were still 2 level 3 giant pincer flaming beetle souls that he hadn't absorbed yet. He had wanted to go there for a long time. David took the giant pincer flaming beetle's head and flew into the sky. Gordon Transcendent and Dickinson Transcendent didn't expect David to be so proactive. They couldn't help but smile. They also took the giant pincer flaming beetle's body and followed behind. David arrived at the battlefield in front of the headquarters of the 5th Frontline Base. The shadow attendant rushed over and absorbed the soul of a giant pincer flaming beetle. Why is there only one? David was puzzled. The giant pincer flaming beetle hadn't been dead for long. Why was there only one giant pincer flaming beetle's soul? He looked at the ground and found that the giant pincer flaming beetle that he had sniped at the beginning was not dead. Its spine had been destroyed, and the giant pincer flaming beetle had lost its ability to move. This giant pincer flaming beetle was smart. It had pretended to be dead and wanted to rely on its own recovery ability to slowly recover. If David had not come over to absorb the giant pincer flaming worm's soul, the giant pincer flaming worm might have succeeded because the recovery ability of a level 3 insectoid was very strong. Even if the giant pincer flaming worm's recovery ability was only at the average level of a level 3 insectoid, given a little more time, the giant pincer flaming worm could reconnect its spine. David made a grabbing motion behind his back. With his sharp, heavy axe in his hand, he chopped down heavily on the neck of the giant pincer flame worm. Of course, it was impossible for him to activate the last sharpness of the day. In any case, the giant pincer flaming worm was unable to resist. If one strike was not enough, he would just slash a few more times. Of course, he still activated Strength Overlay, making every attack turn into 2 attacks. This time, David had to chop off the head of the giant pincer flaming worm 5 times in a row. When the Transcendent of Gordon saw the giant pincer flaming worm's widened eyes before it died, he couldn't help but blush. The 2 Transcendent of Gordon were always on the battlefield, but they didn't notice the level 3 insectoid that was playing dead in front of them. Although the huge pincer flaming beetle was sniped by David and not by them, they did forget to check it. General Babington, David has completed the mission of rescuing the 5th Frontline Base Headquarters. After confirming the results of the battle, David contacted the Babington Transcendent through his helmet and reported to the Transcendent of Babington in a very formal manner. When the Transcendent of Babington heard David's report, he was very happy and continued to ask, "How are the casualties in the 5th Frontline Base Headquarters?" Many of the Frontline Base Headquarters had been destroyed, and a few of the lines of defense had been attacked by the level 3 insectoids from the rear. This made the frontline bases that had been successfully preserved feel even more pressure. It was impossible for them to retreat. Every additional base they had would reduce the pressure on them. If the 5th Frontline Base Headquarters was fine, then the 5th Frontline Base's line of defense would not suffer any losses. This way, the 4th Frontline Base would at least be able to rely on the 5th Frontline Base. The 5th Frontline Base Headquarters has not suffered any losses. David replied, "That's great. I will ask the military to reward you," the Transcendent of Babington said excitedly. David didn't stay in the 5th Frontline Base Headquarters for long because the Transcendent of Babington soon asked David to return for a meeting. He returned to the 4th Frontline Base Headquarters on the Wings of Death assault ship. When he entered the headquarters, he received the cheers of the headquarters staff and the Kaji recruits. They also knew that David had successfully rescued the 5th Frontline Base Headquarters alone. He had killed 2 level 3 insectoids alone and assisted in killing a level 3 insectoid. This achievement made David a hero again. David, sit down. In the conference room, the Transcendent of Babington saw David come in and immediately stood up to greet him. David nodded and sat down. He glanced around the conference room and found that the heads of the main departments of the base were here. Even the Benton Transcendent and Garth Transcendent of the Frontline Base had returned. It could be seen that this meeting was important. This time, a total of 8 Frontline Base Headquarters were suddenly attacked by the insectoids. They used wormholes. The insectoids haven't used this method for a long time. The 3rd Frontline Base Headquarters was destroyed, including the 2 Transcendent and the 15,000 recruit Kaji. All the soldiers of the headquarters were sacrificed. They also successfully killed a level 3 insectoid and seriously injured another one. It was their battle that saved the 3rd Frontline Base's line of defense. Now, the military has sent 4 reserve Transcendent to guard the 3rd Frontline Base's line of defense. They are waiting for the base headquarters to be rebuilt, the Transcendent of Babington said in a heavy voice. Hearing the tragedy of the 3rd Frontline Base Headquarters, everyone in the conference room was sad. The 3rd Frontline Base Headquarters was not far from here, so they often communicated with each other. Now, all the soldiers of the base headquarters were dead. Even if they were used to seeing death, they still felt sad. The 5th Frontline Base Headquarters was rescued by Major David, so there were no losses. A Transcendent of the 6th Frontline Base died in battle, along with 5,000 recruit Kaji. 2 Transcendent of the 7th Frontline Base died in battle, along with 10,000 recruit Kaji. The frontline base's line of defense was breached. A transcendent of the 8th frontline base died in battle, along with all the recruits Kaji. A transcendent of the 9th frontline base died in battle, but because of the great world of God's rescue, there were no further losses. The headquarters of the 10th frontline base was completely destroyed, and the frontline base's line of defense was breached. The Transcendent of Babington explained the current situation. Everyone in the conference room was silent. They had not encountered such a huge loss for many years. In this war alone, 9 Transcendents had fallen and more than 100,000 soldiers had sacrificed their lives. Such a huge loss is not without results. The Transcendent of Babington raised his voice. He stood up and continued, "Nearly 20 level 3 insectoids have died in this war. Although some lines of defense have been lost, the overall line of defense has not been destroyed." The Transcendent of Babington saw that the atmosphere in the conference room had recovered a little, so he said in a deep voice, "Military order." Following his words, everyone in the conference room stood up. 1,000 veterans from the 4th Frontline Base, 5,000 recruits, and other bases will reorganize the 7th Frontline Base. Some officers will be sent to the headquarters of the 3rd, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 10th Frontline Bases. Transcendent Babington announced the order of the military headquarters. Hearing this order, the officers in the conference room could not help but look at each other. They did not know who would be transferred. None of the officers here wanted to be transferred. The reason why the headquarters of the 4th Frontline Base did not suffer any losses was because David was there. One David was equivalent to several Transcendent. However, no one could violate this order, so the officers could only stand and accept it. The specific transfer will be sent to your identity bracelets later. The Transcendent of Babington said in a deep voice. The officers walked out of the conference room one after another, leaving only the 4 Transcendent and David. David, you have a lot of military service this time. The military service you have accumulated should be enough to receive a National Knight Medal. I just don't know if the military will award you a National Knight Medal during your service. The Transcendent of Babington said to David. When David heard about the National Knight Medal, he thought of his father, Hans. Hans had received the National Knight Medal on Warstar, and it was the kind of medal that could be passed down for 3 generations. David also heard that the National Knight Medal was divided into several levels. The military service would increase the level of the National Knight Medal. However, most of the time, the National Knight Medal would be awarded before a soldier retired, allowing the soldier to leave the army with the highest honor. This was mainly because of the privilege of the National Knight Medal. The military wanted to have as few privileged people in the army as possible, so they would try to award the National Knight Medal before a soldier retired. "I'm qualified to receive the National Knight Medal?" David asked in disbelief. Although his military service had been increasing, the National Knight Medal required a lot of military service to obtain. He did not think that killing some level 3 Zergs would give him a lot of military service. "David, you have helped defend the defense line many times. This time, you even defended the base headquarters and successfully protected the 5th Frontline Base headquarters. This kind of military service does not give you the National Knight Medal. What other military service can you obtain the National Knight Medal?" The Transcendent of Babington on the side could not help but ask. David still felt that it was unreal. He always thought that the National Knight Medal was very difficult to obtain. However, he did not think that it was easier said than done for a normal soldier to save a defense line, let alone a normal soldier. Even the Transcendent would have a hard time successfully completing a rescue mission under such circumstances. This required many people to complete the mission together. When this mission was completed by many people, the military service would decrease by many times. David, don't think too much about it. The military is trying their best to suppress the National Knight Medal. It will probably take a few more years for you to obtain the National Knight Medal. However, your National Knight Medal has already been recorded in the military service book. Transcendent of Babington said with some envy. Even the Transcendent of Babington wanted the National Knight Medal very much. However, it was more difficult for the transcendent to obtain it. The military service was also based on one's combat strength. However, David's military service was also judged by the transcendent's combat strength. This was the result of the military's intelligence system analysis. David's face showed a smile. Even if he could not obtain the National Knight Medal now, he would definitely wear it when he returned home. When he met his father, Hans, he could imagine the expression on Hans' face. Transcendent of Babington looked down at the identity bracelet. After seeing the message on the identity bracelet, his face showed curiosity. He then looked up at David. Transcendent of Babington said to David, "David, there's an aristocrat of the great world of God riding an eagle looking for you. He said that he wants to know something from you." When David heard about an aristocrat of the great world of God riding an eagle, he immediately thought of Baron Du Bois. Among all the aristocrats of the great world of God he had met, only Baron Du Bois had an eagle as a mount. David also remembered that Baron Du Bois' family crest had an eagle on it. An eagle should be a symbol of Baron Du Bois' family. When David arrived at the hall, he saw Baron Du Bois, who was wearing a suit of armor. "Uncle Du Bois, why have you come?" David stepped forward and asked with a salute. "David, let's find a place to talk in private." Baron Du Bois stepped forward and patted David's shoulder. After seeing that David didn't have any injuries, he said this. David took Baron Du Bois to his dormitory. When Baron Du Bois saw the knight's armor and horse armor placed in the living room, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. "A knight wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead." David explained with some embarrassment. He had forgotten that if Baron Du Bois saw the full set of equipment of a great world of God knight, he might think that Du Bois had taken the initiative to kill a knight of the great world of God. "I know about that matter. Baron Devold turned the intelligence organization into an assassination organization. I have already warned him," Baron Du Bois said with a smile. "Uncle Du Bois, I still haven't thanked you for what you have done for me," David solemnly said with a salute. "All right, it's just a small matter. Sit down first. I have something to ask you." Baron Du Bois waved his hand indifferently. David sat on the sofa and waited for Baron Du Bois's question. "The Federation's military sent a message saying that you encountered an enemy powerful enough to suppress Transcendent with his aura. Is this true?" Baron Du Bois asked seriously. David finally understood why Baron Du Bois had come. It was because of that terrifying powerhouse. "Yes. At that time, I was about to kill a bewitching brainworm when a voice came from the other side of the wormhole to stop me. I didn't listen to the voice's command and almost died at the hands of the powerhouse on the other side. The powerhouse on the other side only extended a slender finger," David said with a bitter smile. Although David had successfully killed a rank 3 giant claw flaming bug in a face-to-face battle, he didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement or happiness in his heart. As long as David thought of that finger, he would understand that the difference between him and that powerhouse was too great. It was so great that he couldn't estimate it. Chapter 493. David, if my guess isn't wrong, it's a miracle that you survived. Baron Du Bois looked at David and shook his head with a sigh. According to David's description, Baron Du Bois could roughly judge the strength of that existence at that time, based on the information reported by the 2 transcendents in the distance. The wormhole could only hold 3 rank 3 insectoids. After 2 rank 3 insectoids and a rank 2 brain-bewitching insect passed through, it could only hold 1 rank 3 or below at most. With David's strength, it wouldn't be easy for a rank 2 insectoid to harm him. Baron Du Bois knew that David's custom-made exoskeleton armor was made of rank 3 materials. It wasn't something a rank 2 insectoid could destroy. That existence had to control the strength of a rank 2 insectoid to be able to threaten David's life through the wormhole. This was enough to confirm the strength of that existence. "Can I take a look at the damaged equipment?" Baron Du Bois asked David. "Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you." David nodded. He turned around and entered the room to take out the rank 3 shield. David had used this rank 3 shield before. Although there was a finger-sized hole on it, it wasn't pierced through. Therefore, this rank 3 shield could still be used. Repairing this kind of damage wasn't something the base's equipment could do. It needed to be repaired at the military. Because it didn't affect its use, David didn't immediately head over. Uncle Dubois, this is the shield. The damage to my exoskeleton armor has already been repaired, David said as he handed the rank 3 shield to Baron Dubois. Baron Dubois took the rank 3 shield and gently stroked the hole with his hand, his expression becoming more and more serious. David was a bit curious. He had seen the hole before. It was made by a finger, and there wasn't any aura on it. Could it be that Baron Dubois was able to see something? You're really lucky. Baron Dubois sighed many times in a short period of time. When David thought of the danger at that time, he still felt his hair stand on end. That feeling of helplessness was unforgettable. Of course, this would also serve as a motivation for him to become stronger. He had witnessed the might of a rank 4 insectoid, the bravery of Baron Dubois, and this incomprehensible and terrifying existence. Baron Dubois shook his head again and said, I was just guessing, but now I can tell you with certainty that you met a rank 5 arachnid today. I really can't understand how you managed to survive. To be honest, even if Baron Dubois had been present at the time, he wouldn't have been able to resist that finger. Even if a 5th rank insect had suppressed its strength to that of a 2nd rank insect, the invincibility, the unparalleled pressure, and the ability to forcefully seal space were enough to prevent any insect below 5th rank from escaping. Maybe I'm just lucky, David said softly. Damn it. When you meet an insectoid that can communicate with you mentally in the future, don't go against its will. As long as you don't provoke that existence, it won't take the initiative to harm you. Baron Dubois, who had an aristocratic temperament, looked at David, who had almost died, and couldn't help but blame him. Uncle Dubois, I understand. David nodded heavily. David's mind was very strong. He had the most direct perception of whether others had good or bad intentions toward him. He could feel Baron Dubois' deep concern for him. Baron Dubois treated him as a nephew. This was related to David saving Knight Millet, but it was also related to David himself. I will report the matter of the rank 5 insectoid attacking you and let them deal with it. Unfortunately, I don't know which rank 5 insectoid it was. Baron Dubois' expression eased as he spoke. David hesitated for a moment, then continued. Actually, the rank 5 insectoid's finger was left behind. Although David knew that a rank 5 insectoid's finger was definitely an extraordinary treasure, if the upper echelons had some sort of communication with the insectoids, they would naturally know about it. Especially when David heard Baron Dubois say that a rank 5 insectoid had to be reported if they made a move. This meant that a rank 5 insectoid wouldn't make a move. If the insectoids had such a powerful rank 5 insectoid, then the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation should also have a corresponding powerhouse. Otherwise, how could the current situation be established? Rather than being found out in the future, he might as well take the initiative to say it. What? Baron Dubois stood up in shock and asked in disbelief. He didn't believe David's words at all. What kind of strength could injure a rank 5 insectoid? Could it be that a powerhouse had made a move? But that shouldn't be the case. If a powerhouse had made a move, then Baron Dubois would have definitely received the news and wouldn't have sent him to ask David. You're saying that the rank 5 insectoid left behind a finger? Baron Dubois asked with a pause between each word. That's right, David replied with certainty. Can I take a look? Baron Dubois still expressed his doubts before seeing the real thing. Then please wait a moment, David said as he turned around and returned to the room. This time, he had the shadow attendant take out the finger from his space ring. He hadn't properly observed the finger ever since he'd obtained it. When he put the finger into his space ring, he'd placed it in an alloy box. This alloy box was originally used to store some materials. He had the shadow attendant take out the materials and place the finger on the side. At this moment, he carried the alloy box back to the living room. Baron Dubois' eyes were glued to the alloy box. Baron Dubois didn't feel any special aura fluctuations from the alloy box. It was just like the hole on a rank 3 shield. Why did Baron Dubois think that the hole on a rank 3 shield was the work of a rank 5 insectoid. It was because if a rank 4 insectoid wanted to make such a hole on a rank 3 shield, then some of its aura would leak out from the hole. Strangely, this hole didn't have any aura left behind. This meant that the control of the existence's body had reached an unimaginable degree. With Baron Dubois' strength, if there were rank 3 or 4 materials in the alloy box, he would have been able to easily sense them at such a close distance. If David hadn't deceived him, then the alloy box really did contain a rank 5 insectoid finger. David placed the alloy box on the table and opened it. Baron Dubois and David both looked at the finger. It was half a meter long, tapered leg. Because it had joints similar to a human finger, David thought it was a finger. Especially when the tapered leg stretched out through the wormhole. David's first impression was that the expert on the other side had stretched out a finger. Look at this cut. Who could cut this finger so neatly? Baron Dubois couldn't help but ask after seeing the cut on the leg. At that time, this finger was chasing after me. I don't know what happened, but the wormhole suddenly closed and the finger was cut off. David explained the situation at the time. So it was cut off by the power of space. No wonder. Baron Dubois nodded. It was just that Baron Dubois couldn't understand how an existence like the owner of the finger could make such a mistake. After all, the owner of the finger dared to point at the wormhole because they had absolute confidence that they wouldn't be harmed by the wormhole. Baron Dubois thought for a moment and said, "David, I'll borrow this finger. I'll return it to you later. If Uncle Dubois wants to use it, then take it." David agreed without hesitation. Compared to the qualification card and the sharp, heavy axe that Baron Dubois had given him, he felt that he could even give this finger to Baron Dubois. Baron Dubois put the finger and the alloy box into a space item and looked seriously at David. "David, if you get an item of this level in the future, don't take it out like this. You should know that many experts would kill for this rank 5 arachnid leg." Baron Dubois said in a deep voice, "I believe in Uncle Dubois," David said with a smile. When Baron Dubois heard David's words, he pointed at David and laughed. "Just because of what you said, I'll help you find a master alchemist to forge a weapon for you. A weapon made of rank 5 material. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want?" Baron Dubois wouldn't rob David of his treasure. He was only borrowing the rank 5 arachnid leg to show that it was in his hands. If he didn't say that, then no matter how strong David was, he wouldn't be able to resist the greed of the experts of the great world of God. "Really?" David's eyes lit up as he asked in pleasant surprise. If David had the rank 5 arachnid leg, he could at most ask Master Macintosh to forge a weapon for him. However, Master Macintosh was only a master forger of the Federation. There was too much of a difference between him and a master alchemist of the great world of God. This could be seen from how highly sought after any weapon made by a master alchemist was in the Federation. Of course, I've been good friends with that master alchemist for many years. With such a rare material, he'll definitely go all out," Baron Dubois said with a smile. David thought of all kinds of weapons, but he quickly fell into a dilemma. With the size of the rank 5 arachnid leg, he could only make a light weapon. However, David rarely used light weapons. In fact, he often used heavy axes. "Tell me, what weapon do you specialize in?" Baron Dubois couldn't help but ask with a smile when he saw David's conflicted expression. "I don't know the classification of weapons in the great world of God. According to the Federation, my strongest weapon is heavy axe mastery. My heavy axe mastery has reached the Grandmaster rank, while spear mastery, longsword mastery, shield mastery, and warhammer mastery have all reached the Grandmaster rank. The weapon, I usually use the heavy axe the most." David didn't hide his strength from Baron Dubois. Baron Dubois was stunned for a moment. A person's energy was limited. Although he wasn't a member of the Federation, he still knew the Federation's classification of weapon mastery. Every weapon required a corresponding talent to master, and David possessed most of the weapon talents and was able to utilize them to their full potential. "David, how about this? In the great world of God, there's a craft that can use a higher grade material to make a removable blade. This rank 5 arachnid material can be used to make a heavy axe's blade. You can put the blade on the sharp heavy axe. The sharp, heavy axe is only made of a rank 3 material, so it's naturally too inferior to a rank 5 material. It's not worthy of a rank 5 blade, but in the future, as long as you get a new heavy axe, you can put the rank 5 blade on it. That way, this rank 5 material won't go to waste. Baron Du Bois suggested with a smile. This was the first time David had heard of this craft. Knowing that there were such benefits, he naturally couldn't ask for anything more. Indeed, although the sharp, heavy axe in David's hands was already a top-notch weapon in the eyes of the Federation, it was too ordinary in the eyes of the powerhouses of the great world of God. Ever since David saw how powerful the powerhouses of the great world of God were, he wasn't satisfied with just becoming a transcendent. He wanted to become even stronger. Although he didn't have the bloodline of the great world of God, he had the heaven-defying existence of the shadow attendant. It wasn't impossible for David to become a powerful existence like Baron Du Bois. Uncle Du Bois, this rank 5 arachnid won't come looking for me for revenge, right? David asked with a bit of worry. You're scared now. Baron Du Bois shook his head and smiled. Then he patted David's shoulder and said, Rank 5 arachnids aren't allowed to casually make a move. Otherwise, whether it's the arachnids or the powerhouses of the great world of God, they would have killed each other long ago. There was a balance here, but David didn't have the qualifications to know about it. However, after hearing that the rank 5 arachnid wouldn't come looking for revenge, David relaxed. When he took out the rank 5 arachnid's leg, he was worried that the rank 5 arachnid would come looking for revenge. He took out the rank 5 arachnid's leg because he wanted the great world of God to help him resist the terrifying rank 5 arachnid. The great world of God and the arachnids had been a stalemate for so long, so they definitely had powerhouses that could fight against rank 5 arachnids. The rank 5 act blade will take some time to forge. I'll let you know when it's done. Baron Du Bois said to David before leaving. After sending Baron Du Bois off, the fatigue from a day of fighting hit him. David used his identity bracelet to notify the Transcendent and turned around to return to his dormitory. David planned to take a good rest first. After his mind and body recovered, he would check his harvest. Chapter 494. David didn't expect to sleep all the way until the next morning. Due to his biological clock, David woke up on time at 6 in the morning. He ate the earth vein leaf and level 3 strengthened meat. He also practiced the spirit forging metal body technique and the soft body technique. After that, he sat down in his dorm and began to check on the spoils of yesterday's battle. David summoned the shadow attendant. He pressed his hand on the shadow attendant, and a huge wave of soul energy surged out. In his soul fortress, he could clearly sense that energy was gathering, as if it was preparing for an explosion. The soul energy this time was formed by the soul energy of 5 level 3 insectoids and 1 brainworm of bewitchment. However, David could feel that the soul energy this time was even more than the fanged poisonous giant ant. In fact, the brainworm of bewitchment that David killed this time was a brainworm of bewitchment king cultivated by the insectoids. However, this brainworm of bewitchment king was still a step away from becoming a level 3 insectoid. Therefore, the insectoids used this opportunity to ambush the Federation's frontline headquarters to release the brainworm of bewitchment king. Originally, the operation this time was almost foolproof. With the level 3 insectoid giant pincer flaming beetle as the vanguard and the level 3 insectoid armor-breaking beetle with huge defense and powerful charging abilities as the backbone, the Brainworm King came through the wormhole in order to absorb the souls here to strengthen itself. The insectoids had already planned for this attack. They used the fact that the level 4 insectoid poisonous giant ant was killed to launch a sneak attack. This was the time when a large batch of new Kaji soldiers arrived at the frontline headquarters. They hadn't formed a real fighting force yet, so it was the perfect time to take revenge for the poisonous giant ant and provide a large amount of souls for the brainworm of Bewitchment King. This was a good choice, but there was an accident this time. David actually killed the Brainworm King. This accident made the level 5 insectoid in charge of this operation furious. which was why he wanted to kill David. Although the Brainworm King had not evolved into a level 3 insectoid, it was a level 3 insectoid. It was a level 3 insectoid. It gave up its speed, defense, and physical attacks in exchange for an unparalleled spirit. The vast amount of soul energy that David was feeling right now was mostly coming from the Brainworm King. Of course, David only received a small portion of the soul energy from the 5 level 3 insectoids and the Brainworm King. Most of the soul energy was absorbed by the Shadow Attendant. If he had really absorbed 100% of the soul energy, David's soul would have been unimaginably strong. The premise was that his body could support the strength of his soul. In this aspect, a human's body would never be comparable to the insectoids. Although the brain-bewitching Beetle King had given up on its speed, defense, and physical attacks, the brain-bewitching Beetle King's physique was far superior to any humans. It was enough to support its powerful spirit. The Soul Fortress suddenly shook. The exterior of the Soul Fortress didn't change, but the interior was transformed into chaos by the terrifying soul energy. Only the short tree was not affected. It was still growing in the chaos inside the Soul Fortress. David had a feeling that this chaos was under his control. He had an instinctive urge to plan a new castle. He thought of Baron Du Bois' castle. Just as he was thinking, the originally black exterior of the Soul Fortress turned white, and a garden and fountain appeared inside. The entire Soul Fortress, from the exterior to the interior, was exactly the same as Baron Du Bois' White Castle. David felt the difference in the Soul Fortress. In the past, other than the short tree, there was no life in the Soul Fortress. But this time, the Fortress of Souls was not only white in color, but there were also many more plants. The entire garden was filled with green plants, and some of them even had beautiful flowers. There were also fish swimming in the fountain. All of this made David's new Soul Fortress appear to be full of life. However, when David sensed it carefully, he realized that whether it was the plants in the garden or the fish in the water, they were all like illusions. This didn't mean that the plants and fish weren't living things. The plants transformed from soul energy, gently swayed with the breeze in the Soul Fortress. The fish even played with the water, splashing down from the fountain from time to time. However, they weren't real. They were just illusions. This was very contradictory. The entire Soul Fortress was like an illusion. It was impossible for a real fortress to appear in the soul. However, this was a conclusion drawn by comparing the two. The ground, walls, and water of the Soul Fortress were non-living things, but in David's senses, they felt real. The short tree that gave birth to the spirit arrow was the only special thing in the entire Soul Fortress. It was a plant, but it was also real. At this moment, the soul energy from the Shadow Attendant had stopped. David still didn't move. He felt very special. He sat there and extended his spirit outwards. He had only learned the basics of using voice to project his spirit outwards from Emma. So this time, his spirit was completely different from when he used voice to project his spirit outwards. At this moment, he was like a monster with tentacles all over his body, extending his tentacles outwards. Each tentacle was an extension of his spirit. These extended spirits could see the outside world in a special way. The spirit tentacles went through an alloy wall. David felt that his spirit was slightly exhausted during the process. However, the thickness of the wall was limited, so it wasn't serious. He tried to expand his spirit outwards. When the radius reached 100 meters, he felt that he had reached his limit. David opened his eyes. He realized that with the increase of his spirit, he could see everything within 100 meters without the Shadow Attendant. He could even see more clearly than the Shadow Attendant. However, he also realized that when he wanted to explore the ground with his spirit, it was constantly being exhausted. At most, it could reach 5 meters before it couldn't go any further. It seemed like the ground was more exhausting than materials like steel. It was no wonder that he had been hiding underground many times without being discovered by the strong. Of course, spiritual projection wouldn't last forever. Spiritual projection would continue to consume David's spiritual force. With David's current spiritual force, this kind of consumption would deplete his spiritual force in a few minutes. David retracted his spirit. The extension of his spirit didn't last long, so it wasn't too exhausting. He told himself that he couldn't use the extension of his spirit too often. It looked powerful, but it was too exhausting. Once his spirit was exhausted, his body would wither. When his spirit was exhausted beyond a certain limit, his body would enter hibernation. David ordered the shadow attendant to open its status panel. When he saw that its spirit had increased from 799 to 801, he wasn't surprised. The abnormal changes in the fortress of souls meant that his spirit had broken through 8. Suddenly, he thought of something. He controlled the shadow attendant to fly as far as he could. Originally, the distance was 40 meters. Now that his spirit had increased to 8, did that mean that the shadow attendant had also increased? When the shadow attendant flew 40 meters, David smiled. The shadow attendant had always been his biggest secret. It was because of the shadow attendant that he could achieve what he had today. Every time the shadow attendant leveled up, it would bring him a lot of hidden improvements. When the shadow attendant's movement range increased to 40 meters, David could control the shadow attendant to fly 40 meters in the air. At that height, the shadow attendant could easily see everything within a few kilometers. The shadow attendant was still moving outwards. 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters. It only stopped when it was 100 meters away. This made David very happy. 100 meters was more than enough for him to use the shadow attendant. David then tested the shadow attendant's strength. Unfortunately, the shadow attendant's strength didn't increase at all. It was still 200 grams of strength. This made his idea of giving the shadow attendant attack power go down the drain. Ever since David obtained the poison ability, he had an idea. He wanted the shadow attendant to use a light and sharp weapon to assassinate the enemy. However, 200 grams of strength was very limited, even if it was a weapon made of level 3 materials. If 200 grams of strength was enough to break through the enemy's defense, David didn't need the shadow attendant at all. He could handle it himself, and he didn't even need to reveal the poison ability. After summoning the shadow attendant again, David pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder again. He wanted to see what kind of knowledge orbs he had obtained this time. Actually, what David was most concerned about this time was the knowledge ball that the armored longhorn beetle had given him. He had killed the rest of the insectoids and obtained the corresponding knowledge balls. The repeated knowledge balls were limited. David asked the shadow attendant to separate today's harvest from the pile of knowledge orbs. Among them, 4 of the flame control, talent, requires the body to contain flame energy. Knowledge orbs were given by the giant claw flaming beetle. Barbaric charge, constitution must be more than 5 points to use. When David saw the attributes of this knowledge orb, he felt very helpless. However, he also realized that since his will had reached 8 points, the knowledge orbs had given him detailed requirements. It wasn't like before, where it only indicated that he had not reached the requirements. This way, David could at least know how to level up to learn these knowledge orbs. It wasn't like before where he had to rely on guesses. What a pity, David whispered. Thinking about the performance of the broken beetle on the battlefield, it directly injured the Augustine Transcendent, which was famous for its defense. It must be the power of the barbaric charge. For any shield user, the barbaric charge was definitely a godly skill. It allowed the shield to also have a powerful lethality, and at the same time, it also guaranteed a good defense. As for those who didn't use a shield, if they used the barbaric charge to attack, unless they had the same defense as the broken beetle, it would be suicidal to use the barbaric charge to attack. David's constitution was more than 5 points, but it wasn't that easy to break through 5 points. Breaking through 5 points would make one a transcendent. Although David was getting closer and closer to breaking through, he still had a long way to go before he could become a transcendent. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, he would need to slowly torture himself during the transformation period. It could take a year, or it could take a few years. It all depended on luck. If breaking through the bottleneck period was a threshold to become a transcendent, Then, passing the transformation period was a mountain that blocked the path to becoming a transcendent. Countless people had fallen in front of this mountain. Although David was very interested in the Barbarichard knowledge ball, he could only put it aside. Just when he thought there was nothing else, he saw the last knowledge ball. Needless to say, this knowledge ball was provided by the brain-bewitching Beetle King. David thought it was just a normal brain-bewitching Beetle King, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Mindstorm talent. When David glanced at this knowledge ball, he found that it wasn't the Mind Slumber knowledge ball he thought it was, but a knowledge ball that contained a new talent. Mindstorm talent could be used to attack creatures with lower spirit than oneself. The range of this attack depended on the range of the spirit released. David looked at the description of the Mindstorm talent knowledge ball and was very satisfied with this ability. David's spirit might not be as good as a level 3 transcendent, but compared to most of the transcendent he had seen before, his spirit was stronger than these level 3 transcendents. In other words, after using the Mindstorm talent, it would be effective against most transcendent. However, the usage of the Mindstorm talent was not explained in detail. David could only slowly study it after learning it. Without hesitation, David absorbed the Mindstorm talent knowledge ball into his body and instantly entered an illusion. David possessed the body of a brain-bewitching beetle. The first thing he felt was an endless amount of spirit. This feeling almost made him drunk. The brain-bewitching beetle slowly wriggled and many gazes appeared around it. These gazes were extremely greedy for its fat body. It had the rank of a level 2 transcendent beetle, but did not have the corresponding body. For some transcendent beetle without much intelligence, it was the best delicacy. This time, it was a group of level 1 black-skinned tarantulas. These black-skinned tarantulas had very low intelligence and relied on their numbers to encircle and annihilate their enemies. However, what they encountered today was a brain-bewitching beetle. Greed made them forget everything. Brain-bewitching beetles rarely appeared alone. Under normal circumstances, when a brain-bewitching beetle appeared in the wild, it would control a few transcendent beetles to protect it, or an intelligent transcendent beetle would take the initiative to protect it. On one side, it was a fat body with slow steps. On the other side, it was a group of ferocious transcendent beetles. The situation changed after the brain-bewitching beetle released the Mindstorm. With the brain-bewitching beetle as the center, a Mindstorm was created and spread out in all directions. This Mindstorm spread out for a few hundred meters and covered all the black-skinned tarantulas. David finally understood why there was no description of the Mindstorm effect. It was because the power of the Mindstorm was directly proportional to the amount of spirit consumed by the user. For example, the brain-bewitching beetle only consumed a small amount of spirit and produced such an effect. A group of black-skinned tarantulas were all killed. If the brain-bewitching beetle fully unleashed its Mindstorm, it should be able to cover a distance of 5,000 meters. However, the brain-bewitching beetle would also die due to excessive spirit consumption. Chapter 495. David stood in front of the 3rd Frontline Base's headquarters. The place was already in ruins, and some black insectoid were gnawing on the alloy of the headquarters. These black insectoids that looked like ants were all metal-eating ants, a Class 1 insectoid that ate ores and various metals as food. They weren't very strong, but they were one of the most hated insectoids on Warstar. Because of this characteristic of the metal-eating ants, after every battle, whenever the Federation lost their base, the insectoids would send out a large number of metal-eating ants to destroy the defenses. The metal-eating ants were a Class 1 insectoid, so they were very easy to reproduce, so the insectoids didn't care about their deaths. The purpose of the metal-eating ants' existence was to destroy the enemy's defenses as quickly as possible. No matter how strong the alloy was, it couldn't resist the metal-eating ants' evolved digestive system. David saw a metal-eating ant spit out a ball of liquid from its mouth. The liquid kept churning on the alloy, and the metal-eating ant bit down. The metal-eating ant easily bit down and swallowed the unusually hard alloy. After just 5 seconds, the metal-eating ant spat out another ball of liquid and took another piece of alloy. During this process, the metal-eating ants didn't even look at the Federation soldiers that appeared around them. They only knew how to eat. Destroy all the metal-eating ants. Captain Macaulay ordered loudly. Captain Macaulay was transferred to the 3rd frontline base. Following him were 1,000 Kaji veterans, 5,000 new Kaji recruits, and 2 transcendent soldiers sent by the military. This was the first batch of soldiers sent by the Federation to reclaim the 3rd frontline base. David wasn't transferred to the 3rd frontline base. He was only sent to provide temporary assistance because of his powerful strength and good relationship with the great world of God. There were 6 knights beside David. They were all-night teams sent by the great world of God to assist in reclaiming the 3rd frontline base. The 6 knights were extremely respectful towards David. Of course, from David's point of view, what they respected was not him, but the sharp, heavy axe on his back and the small badge on his chest. Both the sharp, heavy axe and the badge had the image of an eagle. That was why the 6 knights respected David so much. The 1,000 Kaji veterans were divided into 5,000 Kaji recruits. 6 Kaji recruits formed a group, and 5 groups formed a group of 1,000 Kaji recruits. They worked together and started to clean up the metal-eating ants. During the process, David realized that the spear with a little rank 3 material was indeed very powerful. Because the metal-eating ants ate metal all year round, their defense wasn't inferior to that of a rank 2 insectoid. The Kaji with a rank 2 weapon needed at least 2 attacks to kill a metal-eating ant. However, a soldier with a spear could easily pierce through the metal-eating ant's shell and inflict fatal damage to the metal-eating ant. While the Kaji were cleaning up, the 2 Transcendent and the 6 Knight didn't interfere. This wasn't their goal, and it was also an opportunity for the recruits to train. Lieutenant Colonel David, you're the fastest promoted officer I've ever seen, the Nathaniel Transcendent said to David with a smile. David was very famous on Warstar, so it was normal for the Nathaniel Transcendent to know about David's situation. However, David was wearing the rank of Lieutenant Colonel today, which surprised the Nathaniel Transcendent. David had only been in the military for a few days, and he had already been promoted by 1 rank. It should be known that it was very difficult to be promoted to colonel. Every promotion required experience, and, of course, if one didn't have enough experience, they would need to have enough military merit. David had used a large amount of military merit to force the military headquarters to promote his rank. In the summary meeting of the military headquarters regarding the insectoid assault, David's name was at the top of the list of people who would be rewarded with military merit by the military's AI system. There were also 2 rewards listed: the Knight of the Nation Medal and promotion. The distribution of the Knight of the Nation Medal was still the same as before. Many generals requested that it be delayed, but the promotion couldn't be stopped. David's military merit was too obvious. In the face of an all-out war with the insectoids, if the military headquarters didn't express anything about David's military merit, it would have an extremely negative impact. This was something the military headquarters didn't want to see, and it was also why many generals didn't dare to stop it. Otherwise, with David's experience in the military, it would be impossible for David to be promoted so early. Although General Adams was good friends with David's father, Hans, he couldn't help David much with the Knight of the Nation Medal. However, he greatly supported David when it came to promotion. General Nathaniel, you're overpraising me, David replied with a smile. The Nathaniel Transcendent really wanted David to stay in the 3rd frontline base, but he didn't say it because he knew that the Babington Transcendent of the 4th frontline base would never let David go. Previously, when David had just been called into the military, the Babington Transcendent had used all their connections to take David away. At that time, although many Transcendent knew about David's fame, they didn't pay too much attention to him. However, after David had entered the military, everyone saw how powerful David was, and they all felt that it was a pity that they were too late to make a move. With the strength that David had shown now, the Babington Transcendent would never let David go. Huh? David said softly. The shadow attendant had been looking around in the sky. Being 100 meters high in the air, the shadow attendant's field of vision was wider, which also made David feel safer. However, David felt that there was a trace of abnormality underground. If he didn't often use underground sneak and have some strong senses for the changes in the earth, he wouldn't have been able to discover this trace of abnormality. Without any hesitation, the shadow attendant in the sky appeared next to him as if it had teleported and then rushed underground. In the past, the shadow attendant's ability to quickly recall from afar wasn't very effective, but now that the shadow attendant could be 100 meters away from David, this ability became particularly useful. The shadow attendant quickly entered the ground and saw a huge figure underground. This figure was moving underground as if it was flying. Its target was the two transcendent above. It's a burrowing beetle. David immediately recognized the figure moving underground. The burrowing beetle was an extremely troublesome level 3 insectoid. Whether it was defense, attack, or speed, it wasn't at the top of the level 3 insectoids, but it had a special ability that made it the hardest to kill among the level 3 insectoids. It was very similar to David's underground sneak ability. The burrowing beetle could move freely underground, and because the earth could cover its scent to the greatest extent, it was very difficult to detect it. The burrowing beetle rarely stayed underground for long periods of time. It would only leave the ground the moment it attacked, and then return underground regardless of whether the attack was successful or not. It was this habit of the burrowing beetle that made it extremely difficult to kill. As for why the burrowing beetle was targeting the two transcendent, it was easy to understand. Although there were a lot of Kaji, their scent was much weaker than the transcendent and the night. The burrowing beetle's first attack was the most successful, so it naturally had to find the most valuable target during the first attack. As for why it chose the two transcendent over the transcendent, it was because the 6 knights were in a battle formation. Although they were just standing there on their horses, the 6 knights were a single entity. Attacking them would trigger a reaction from the knight formation. The two transcendent obviously didn't expect to be ambushed here. They had 6,000 Kaji, 6 knight, and David, the sniper master, with them, so there was no need to worry about their safety. David didn't remind the two transcendent that he was only a peak-level Kaji. The two transcendent and the 6 knight hadn't noticed the burrowing beetle underground, but he could. It was hard to say for sure. Also, they could only attack the burrowing beetle after it left the ground. David didn't feel guilty about using the two transcendent as bait. Lieutenant Colonel David, is there a problem? Nathaniel Transcendent couldn't help but ask when he heard David's soft exclamation. It's nothing. I just didn't expect the 3rd Frontline Base's headquarters to be so badly damaged. David said casually, this place needs to be completely rebuilt. These damn metal-eating ants. Nathaniel Transcendent nodded. In the future, Nathaniel Transcendent and Bartholomew Transcendent would be stationed here, so this place would be their base. The base in front of them was badly damaged and needed to be torn down and rebuilt, so they would have to wait a few days. It's a pity that these metal-eating ants don't produce any materials. Otherwise, with so many rank 1 insectoids, they would be able to produce some resources. David said helplessly as he took 2 steps towards the two transcendent. The metal-eating ants also had rank 1 strengthened meat, but it was very tough. If it was any other planet, the tough and tasty rank 1 strengthened meat would still be eaten, but on planet Warstar, rank 1 insectoids could be seen everywhere, and rank 1 strengthened meat was the military's daily supply. Therefore, no one cared about the rank 1 strengthened meat on the metal-eating ants, and no one went to collect it. The only useful thing about the metal-eating ants was their black outer shell. Because they ate all kinds of metals, their outer shells were exceptionally tough. However, because the metal-eating ants ate metals, their outer shells had different characteristics, so every metal-eating ant had different characteristics. For the sake of obtaining rank 1 insectoids materials, the military wouldn't pay a huge price to sort them out. Therefore, the metal-eating ants were one of the few worthless rank 1 insectoids. Of course, this worthless referred to planet Warstar. David said as he took 2 steps towards the two transcendent, standing at the side of where the burrowing beetle would attack. With the shadow attendant monitoring underground, David could clearly see every movement of the burrowing beetle. Just as the Nathaniel Transcendent was about to speak, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and a powerful suction force appeared, sucking the Nathaniel Transcendent in. All of this happened too quickly, and the Nathaniel Transcendent was caught off guard. It was also at this moment that David pulled the Nathaniel Transcendent to the side with one hand, while his other hand took out the sharp, heavy axe from his back. Relying on the connection of their mental strength, he swung the axe at the crack. Before swinging the axe, David had already activated extreme speed, vitality boost, strength shock, strength boost, and strength overlay. He had made all the preparations for this attack. When he swung the axe, he also used his mental strength to activate the sharp effect of the sharp heavy axe. The way the burrowing beetle attacked was very strange. This time, it didn't even leave the ground and directly used its control of the earth to open a crack under the Nathaniel Transcendent. Then, it used a powerful suction force to make the Nathaniel Transcendent fall into the crack without any preparation. Then, the crack instantly closed, and the Nathaniel Transcendent was stuck in the ground. At this time, the burrowing beetle could make the ground as hard as steel, making the Nathaniel Transcendent unable to move for a while. The burrowing beetle that was underground could easily attack the Nathaniel Transcendent. This burrowing beetle was very smart, but it didn't expect that its attack was being monitored by David. David swung the heavy axe, and with the acceleration of his mental strength, it heavily chopped at the crack in the ground. The burrowing beetle instinctively wanted to close the crack, but it couldn't stop the speed of the sharp, heavy axe chopping downwards. The sharp, heavy axe chopped the soil in front of it, and with a level 4 sharp effect for 2 seconds, the soil couldn't stop it at all. In order to be able to attack the Nathaniel Transcendent as soon as possible, the burrowing beetle was less than half a meter above the ground. If the Nathaniel Transcendent fell into this position, it would be attacked by the burrowing beetle. Now, this distance was the biggest failure of the burrowing beetle. The sharp, heavy axe chopped the soil in front of it, and suddenly, there was an empty space in front of it. It was the space next to the burrowing beetle. The soil next to the burrowing beetle was automatically separated from the burrowing beetle. At this time, the sharp, heavy axe chopped into it, and then chopped at the target guided by the mental strength. The mental strength guided the burrowing beetle's head. Because it was preparing to attack the Nathaniel Transcendent that had fallen into the crack, the burrowing beetle's head was raised, and it gave David the best position to attack. The sharp, heavy axe chopped into the burrowing beetle's head from the front, cutting through the skin and skull, cutting into the brain, and coming out from the back of the head. This instantaneous attack made the burrowing beetle lose its vitality. The burrowing beetle, which didn't have any strong defensive means, couldn't resist the level 4 sharp effect at all, and its head was split in two. It was only now that the Nathaniel Transcendent reacted. Chapter 496. Nathaniel Transcendent looked at the green blood gushing out of the ground. He naturally guessed what had just happened. Lord David. 6 knights quickly appeared beside David to protect him, and the leader of the knight called out in concern. The 6 knights didn't care about the life and death of the others at all. It had nothing to do with them, but they needed to pay attention to David's safety. If someone with Baron Dubois' family crest was killed by the insectoids while working with them, they would have to bear the fury of Baron Dubois and the enmity of that powerful family. This was something they couldn't bear. Therefore, when the 6 knights discovered the danger, they immediately came to David's side and protected him in the knight formation. This also surprised David. Although the 6 knights were very respectful to him before, he didn't think that the 6 knights would react so fiercely when there was danger. Guys, I'm fine. The insectoid underground is already dead. We need to clean it up, David said to the 6 knights beside him after he felt the shadow attendant absorb the soul of the beetle. Lord David, you don't need to do anything. We'll take care of it for you, the leader of the knights said and waved his hand. 2 knights took out their heavy swords and began to dig the ground. Soon, the body of the beetle was dug up. Although Nathaniel Transcendent had guessed it, he still felt a bit of lingering fear when he saw the body of the beetle. It really wasn't easy to be lucky enough to survive the surprise attack of the beetle. Lieutenant Colonel David, thank you for saving our lives. Nathaniel Transcendent thanked David. Nathaniel Transcendent didn't ask how David discovered the beetle in advance. He only looked at the reaction of the 6 knights and knew that David had a deep relationship with the great world of God. It wasn't surprising that he had some special abilities. After dealing with the great world of God, Nathaniel Transcendent knew that the great world of God often had some unexpected special abilities. In his opinion, since David had a deep relationship with the great world of God, it was normal for him to have a magic item that could detect the beetle. No need for that. Since we're on a mission together, we should help each other. I'm sure you won't stand by when I'm in danger, David said with a smile. The carcasses of the burrowing beetles would be taken care of by the logistics department. They were considered spoils of war, and all of them would be returned to the army. David had just added another point to his already rich military service. Nathaniel Transcendent turned to Bartholomew Transcendent and said, "Inform the military to speed up the construction of the base headquarters here. With the appearance of the beetle, we can't use the temporary base. The temporary base couldn't detect any abnormalities underground, and it didn't have a thick layer of defense. It didn't have much defense against the beetle, which attacked from the ground. If the 3rd Frontline Base headquarters was still intact, the beetle wouldn't have appeared here at all. The thick layer of defense underground, as well as the many surveillance devices underground, would have already sent out warnings. The work of cleaning up the metal-eating ants was completed very quickly. None of the 6,000 Kaji died. At most, a few unlucky Kaji were sprayed with digestive fluid by the metal-eating ants, and their exoskeleton armors were damaged. Nathaniel Transcendent issued an order to the engineering department in the distance, and many transport ships immediately arrived. Many Kaji in exoskeleton armors jumped off the transport ships and began to inspect the base headquarters. Nathaniel Transcendent still had lingering fears of the danger just now, so he said in a deep voice, "We're not needed here anymore. Let's continue to the original frontline base. Let's hope there aren't too many insects there." The 6,000 Kaji gathered. After going through a battle that wasn't too dangerous, the new Kaji, under the leadership of the veteran Kaji, had some of the aura of a military Kaji. This aura was still fake at the moment. Only after going through many battles could these new Kaji become experienced soldiers. In the process, countless Kaji would be eliminated by the insects, and the ones left would be the true elites. The 6,000 Kaji marched in a neat pace and moved towards the front line 20 kilometers away in battle formation. Because of the 6 knights' participation, as long as there weren't any level 4 insects in this battle to recover the front line, it wouldn't be too dangerous. In fact, level 4 insects rarely got so close to the front line. If it wasn't for the eggs with its genes, the fanged, poisonous giant ant wouldn't have been able to break through the front line. Level 4 insects were very safe in an area occupied by the insects, but once they left the area, they would be isolated and would very likely be targeted by the strong. Therefore, the probability of level 4 insects appearing at the front line was very low. Even if a level 4 insect appeared, the 6 knights would be able to hold it off for a while. "General, there's an insect swarm coming from the front." Captain Macaulay reported to the few of them after they had just advanced 10 kilometers. Then, a video taken from the sky by a drone was sent to the few of them. Although David didn't belong to the 3rd Frontline Base, he also received the video. In the video, there were more than 100,000 insects running. Many level 2 insects could be seen among them. Although there weren't any level 3 insects, there were definitely level 3 insects in the swarm. David didn't say anything. This kind of battle was naturally commanded by the Nathaniel Transcendent. "Tell the logistics department to set up the obstruction system. The army is to retreat behind the obstruction system immediately." Nathaniel Transcendent ordered Captain Macaulay in a deep voice. The 10 transport spaceships that had been following behind the army moved forward. The 10 transport spaceships separated into sections and then dropped long strips of cargo downwards. After the long strips of cargo landed on the ground, they immediately unfolded automatically and formed a barricade system that looked like many spears in front of them. The logistics department stepped forward to reinforce the barricade system and used reinforced nails to fix the barricade system to the ground. The whole process only took a few minutes. Very quickly, 3 spear formations formed by the barricade system were formed. Under the guidance of experienced veterans, the Kaji entered the barricade system. This kind of defense was actually very simple. Other than the spearhead being made of level 2 materials, the rest of the main structure was made of alloy, so the cost wasn't high. It was only used for temporary defense. At the same time, because this barricade system couldn't withstand multiple impacts, the barricade effect wasn't very strong. It was only a kind of auxiliary effect. The real battle still depended on the Kaji. However, with this barricade system, it could at least reduce the impact of the insect swarm. One had to know that the most terrifying thing about an insect swarm was its charge. If there weren't a battle formation formed by the experienced Kaji, it would be very difficult to resist such an impact. It was also because there were too many Kaji recruits that the logistics department brought so many barricade systems. "I'll go find a sniping position," David said to the Nathaniel Transcendent. "Lieutenant Colonel David, you can move as you wish." Nathaniel Transcendent nodded and said. David had his eyes on a small hill 200 meters behind the position. Although it wasn't very high, it was the highest point in this flat area. David walked towards the hill, and the 6th Knight followed. It was as if their mission wasn't to fight, but to protect David. "Knight, you guys should stay here and help defend." David turned his head and said to the leader of the Knight, "Sir, we won't defend. When necessary, we will destroy the insect swarm. Before that, we need to ensure your safety." The leader of the Knight bowed and said. David had no choice but to let the 6th Knight follow him. Nathaniel Transcendent's face was full of helplessness. Although he was the new leader of the 3rd frontline base, the Knight of the great world of God wasn't under his command. Even the 6th Knight's participation was the result of the coordination between the military and the great world of God. David had just placed 2 sniper rifles in front of him when there was an earth-shattering rumble in front of him. The ground was also constantly shaking. He could see more clearly through the shadow attendant in the sky. Without the protection of a defensive wall, the charge of hundreds of thousands of insects was very terrifying. The entire area was filled with dust caused by the insect swarm. The insects and the dust looked like they were stepping on clouds. One of the recruits, Kaji, seemed to be frightened by the scene in front of him. He screamed, threw down the spear in his hand, and turned to run. The veteran Kaji in the same group as Kaji didn't hesitate. He stabbed out with the spear in his hand and stabbed the recruit Kaji down. Then, the veteran Kaji lifted the recruit Kaji up high on the spear. "You are soldiers, and this is a battlefield. Those who run away from the battlefield will die. Even if you run back, you will be tried by the military court. You will spend the rest of your life working in the mines that never see the light of day. Your family will be ashamed of you. If you want to live with dignity, then fight." Captain Macaulay's voice spread throughout the battlefield. The recruits looked at the swarm of insects in front of them, then looked at the deserter whose screams were gradually becoming weaker as they were lifted by the spears. Thinking of Captain Macaulay's words, they only had one choice, and that was to fight. Don't think that just because there are many insects in front of us, we can't win. Look at the veterans beside you. They often fight with insects like this. Every time, the insects will be defeated. This is your contribution. Kill them, we will win. Captain Macaulay shouted. "We'll win." The old soldiers followed suit and yelled. Then, more and more recruits Kaji shouted. The morale of the army was restored. There was no longer any fear, only a strong desire to fight. None of this affected David. When the insect swarm entered the range of 5 kilometers, he began to look for his target. First, it was a level 2 insect. The roaring sniper rifle sounded. Following the sound of the gunshot, a level 2 insect fell. Then, David unexpectedly found that after his spirit increased to 8 points, the process of him guiding the recoil into the ground increased. However, because he didn't expect this, even though he eliminated the recoil in advance, he still had to wait for the super large caliber level 2 sniper rifle bullet to enter the ground. Of course, after the second shot of the roaring sniper, David sped up the loading speed of the sniper bullet so that the speed was synchronized with the time when the recoil was removed. Then, David began to snipe at a rate of 0.5 seconds. During this process, he didn't miss a single shot. Every single super large caliber level 2 sniper rifle bullet was used to its fullest potential. The dense sniping made the two transcendent at the front feel shocked. This was the super large caliber sniper rifle used by the Sniper Master. Anyone who knew about the Sniper Master would know that this type of sniper rifle's firing rate was very low. A normal Sniper Master would need at least 3 seconds to fire a second shot. David purposely didn't block out the sound of the sniper rifle. The continuous sniper rifle sound made the recruits Kaji feel very relieved. These were all Kaji who were transferred from the 4th Frontline base. They had all heard about David's legend. There were no signs of level 3 Zergs within a 5-kilometer radius. David had been sniping level 2 Zergs. When the insect swarm entered the range of 3 kilometers, David's sniper rifle sound stopped. Just when all the soldiers were surprised, more gunshots sounded. This was because David had switched to the Roar sniper rifle. This was a sniper rifle used by ordinary sniper soldiers that could automatically reload, and David was able to fire multiple shots with it. First, he fired once every 0.2 seconds. This was already the limit of sniping. Sniping was not easy. First, he needed to find the target. Then, he needed to calculate the environmental impact. Finally, he needed to snipe. With David's powerful spirit, he felt that he could no longer increase his sniping speed after reaching 0.2 seconds. However, 5 shots per second had greatly increased his sniping power. Level 2 insects fell one after another. The continuous sniping allowed David to focus completely. He entered a strange state. A trace of his spirit was connected to the shadow attendant in the sky. Through the shadow attendant's vision, he was able to find the target. This allowed his sniping speed to increase by a little. After that, he became more and more familiar with this new sniping method. David and the shadow attendant worked together to form a special sniping method. David had never learned this sniping method from the knowledge ball. Other sniping masters did not have the help of a shadow attendant. This sniping method relied on the shadow servant's observation in the air to locate the target. David, who was on the ground, did not need to consider anything at all. As long as he sniped a few times, the shadow servant would automatically remember the effect of the environment on the sniping. After that, David did not even need to do any calculations before the shadow servant transmitted the accuracy of his aim. As long as the shadow attendant saw the target, David would immediately snipe. This was because the shadow attendant could observe multiple targets at the same time. This allowed David to avoid the process of finding the target. He also did not need to calculate and analyze the target. He only needed to operate according to the aiming plan transmitted by the shadow attendant. David's sniping speed finally stabilized at 0.1 seconds. With 10 shots per second, he almost killed all the level 2 insects that had entered the range of 3 kilometers. Chapter 497. Nathaniel Transcendent and Bartholomew Transcendent looked at each other. They had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, and David's sniping made them feel a chill in their hearts. This kind of sniping ability was almost comparable to the combat power of a team of Kaji snipers. Even David's sniping accuracy was better than that. As long as they saw that none of the fallen level 2 Zergs were able to get up again, they could tell how accurate David's sniping was. The first batch of Zergs was about to come into contact with the obstruction system. The 6,000 Kaji were divided into 3 teams and hid in 3 different obstructing systems. Prepare to meet the enemy. Shield Kaji, defend. Spear Kaji, kill. Following Captain McCully's roar, the 2,000 Kaji in the first row of obstructing systems were ready to meet the impact. Shield Kaji stood in front, while Spear Kaji stabbed with its spear at Captain McCulley's command. The first Zergs to hit the obstructing system were the Hunter Mantis and the Black Tarantula, which were the fastest of the Zergs, carrying the momentum of a few thousand meters of charging momentum. They hit the obstructing system with huge kinetic energy. The level 2 spikes of the obstructing system penetrated the level 1 Zergs. The first batch of level 1 Zergs did not even have time to struggle before the second batch of level 1 Zergs continued to charge forward. The second batch of level 1 Zergs crashed deeper into the bodies of the level 1 Zergs in front, and the second batch of level 1 Zergs were also penetrated by the level 2 spikes. This was the greatest effect of the obstructing system. The spikes had lost their effect after the 2 batches of level 1 Zergs were penetrated. Spear Kaji stabbed out according to the command and killed the level 1 Zergs that were still struggling. Some of the Zergs that rushed through the gaps were also killed by Spear Kaji. After only 2 rounds of attack, Captain McCulley ordered them to retreat because the alloy structure of the first obstruction system had issued a warning that it could no longer withstand the impact of a Zerg. Under the leadership of the veteran Kaji, the rookies who had more or less killed the insectoids obeyed the order and retreated to the back of the second barricade, despite their reluctance. In the second barricade system, the second team Kaji was already prepared. The first barricade system collapsed 2 seconds after the first team of Kaji retreated. The swarm stepped on the broken barricade system and the corpses of their companions and continued to charge toward the second barricade system. In this kind of Zerg swarm charge, the intelligence of the Zerg race was reduced to the extreme. Their only thought was to destroy all the targets in front of them. Even if there were lethal weapons in front of them that could pierce through them, these Zergs would charge fearlessly. Seeing the results of the first barricade system, the rookies Kaji in the second barricade system felt less threatened and increased the range of their attack. The consequence of this was that many rookies Kaji did not attack according to the prescribed tactical movement and were pierced through by the sharp limbs of the Zerg race. Maintain the tactical movement. Don't rush forward. Captain McCulley roared angrily. This kind of unnecessary death was the last thing Captain McCulley wanted to see, but it was something that rookies Kaji often encountered during their growth. The medic Kaji went forward and pulled the injured Kaji to the back for treatment. However, there were still 2 unlucky rookies Kaji who died before they could be treated because their injuries were more fatal. The second barricade system did not last long either. Captain McCulley ordered them to abandon the second barricade system. The last barricade system became the last barrier in front of all the Kaji. Team 1 and Team 2 merge into formation and prepare for battle. Captain McCulley ordered the 2 teams that retreated behind the barricade system. The veteran Kaji began to lead the rookies Kaji to form a new battle formation. Captain McCulley looked at the somewhat chaotic formation and could not help but shake his head lightly. If it was the Kaji that had been trained for a long time, they would almost instinctively form a new battle formation at this moment. This kind of situation would basically not happen. If it was not for the third barricade system, these Kaji would have been scattered by the Zerg swarm. Without a battle formation, the Kaji would not be able to resist the Zerg charge at all. David and the 2 Transcendent did not pay attention to the battle between the Kaji and the Zerg. This was not their battle. However, these Kaji were very lucky. With David's sudden burst, not a single Zerg managed to reach the front of the barricade system. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if the barricade system could successfully stop the Zerg swarm. If 6,000 Kaji with military standard equipment could not defeat a group of Zerg, then these Kaji would be of limited use. As the captain, Captain McCulley could ask for forgiveness and be discharged. It should be known that the worst weapon in the hands of these 6,000 Kaji was a rank 2 weapon. The spear was even made from rank 3 materials. Although the materials used were very little, the piercing power was rank 3. After passing through the third barricade system, the Zerg at the front of the Zerg swarm could only finally stop. The Zerg swarm at the back could only stop here. Some of them could not stop and collided with each other, causing chaos in the Zerg swarm. The shadow attendant in the sky saw 3 silhouettes in the distance. These 3 silhouettes were a bit blurry in the Zerg swarm. With the shadow attendants' eyes, the silhouettes could barely be seen. They were three extremely slender insectoids. What was out of proportion to their slender bodies was that they had two forelimbs that resembled large swords. The way these three Zerg moved was very strange. They ran very fast, but in the process, their bodies would suddenly disappear and then reappear about 10 meters away. Attention! 3 flash blade mantises have been discovered. David reported in the channel. David said as he switched his sniper rifle back to the Roarer sniper rifle. The Roarer sniper rifle had limited power against the flash blade mantises. Damn, why are there flash blade mantises? Transcendent Nathaniel was shocked when he heard David's report. The flash blade mantises were agile Zerg among the level 3 Zerg. They had the ability to dash through space for a short distance. This ability gave everyone who fought them an extreme headache. David wanted to lock onto the flash blade mantises, but he felt that it was extremely difficult. These 3 flash blade mantises had been observing the battlefield before. Since David didn't hide the sound of his sniper rifle, his position had been exposed to the observation of the 3 flash blade mantises. Now that the 3 flash blade mantises had entered a distance of 5 kilometers, they had been carefully guarding against David's sniper rifle. This made it very difficult for David to have the opportunity to snipe them. If there were 10 snipers Kaji here, David wouldn't be so conspicuous. However, this time, only David was here to snipe Kaji, and he had achieved a terrifying result. With David's current sniping ability, coupled with his increased spirit, he could determine whether or not he had locked onto the target the moment he took aim. Therefore, he didn't make any useless sniping attempts even though he couldn't lock onto the flash blade mantises. Sir David, we will create an opportunity for you. The knight in the lead looked at David on his warhorse and said while bowing. The knight also saw the flash blade mantises. They didn't dare to let the flash blade mantises get too close. If they did, they wouldn't be able to protect David at all. The attacks of the flash blade mantises were too strange. With their space dash ability, they could instantly break through the defense in front of them and directly reach the target. Therefore, the knight in the lead took the initiative to ask David to fight. If David wasn't here, they would only wait for the flash blade mantises to break through the Federation Kaji's line of defense and consume a lot of stamina before fighting. Thank you for your trouble. David raised his head and thanked them. The 6th knight in the lead gave David a knight's salute. Then, a white light appeared on their bodies. Afterward, the white light connected together and the 6 knights were strung together. The 6 knights didn't use heavy swords. These 6 knights had a higher status than the knight David had killed before. They all had their own space items. They put away their heavy swords, and the 6 knights changed to lances. They held the shields in their left hands in front of their bodies and held the lances in their right hands horizontally. The 6 warhorses maintained a uniform rhythm. They were 200 meters away from the front of the swarm, which gave the warhorses enough space to speed up. The 6 warhorses went from slow to fast, and soon their speed increased. The 6 knights turned into white light arrows and rushed into the battlefield. Captain Macaulay frowned. He didn't know that 3 level 3 flash blade mantises had appeared on the battlefield. He only knew that if the Knight of the Great World of God moved out now, it would affect his training of Kaji's new recruits. How could there be such a good opportunity for a terrifying sniper master like David to clear out level 2 insectoids, leaving only level 1 insectoid for the new recruit Kaji to fight? A battle like this would greatly improve the new recruits Kaji. After this battle, these Kajis could no longer be called new recruits. In the army, a Kaji who could survive the swarm's charge was a qualified Kaji of the Federation Army. However, although Captain Macaulay didn't want the knight to intervene in the battle, this wasn't something he could influence. Even the 2 Transcendent didn't have such influence. At this time, the last barricade system was also destroyed by the swarm. The 3rd team of soldiers in the barricade system had already retreated into the battle formation of soldiers in advance. It was also at this time that the 6th knight arrived. Their positions began to change. The 6th knight lined up in a row and charged towards the swarm. In fact, if there were a large number of level 2 insectoids in the swarm, the Sixth Knight would never do this. Although they weren't afraid of level 2 insectoids, level 2 insectoids were enough to affect their charge. In the swarm, once their charge was interrupted, they would be surrounded. However, in front of them was only a group of level 1 insectoids. These level 1 insectoids couldn't even break through their defense, let alone hurt them. The Six Knights were like a razor as they pushed towards the swarm of insects. No matter what level 1 insectoid it was, they would either be knocked out or sent flying by the lance. Facing this kind of enemy, the Sixth Knight didn't use the lance's strongest ability, piercing. Instead, they used the lance as a long stick. David could see it clearly through the shadow attendant in the sky. Even though the Sixth Knight were in the middle of the swarm, their war horses were still accelerating. At the same time, the Sixth Knight's aura was also increasing. These level 1 insectoids didn't affect the Sixth Knight at all. Instead, they became a tool for the Sixth Knight to increase their aura. Advance in the front line, assassinate them in 3 turns. Captain Macaulay wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He ordered loudly. After the Sixth Knight's countercharge, a 20-meter wide path was opened in the swarm. This caused a large area of chaos in the swarm. The insectoids that were knocked out of the swarm crashed into the other insectoids, causing the chaos to become even worse. Following Captain Macaulay's order, the Kaji were once again divided into 3 groups of Kaji under the command of the veteran Kaji. The Kaji was still at the front. The Kaji took large strides forward. Behind them, the first group of Kaji stabbed out with their lance. When they retracted their lance, they turned around. The second group of Kaji stabbed out with their lance. After that, the third group of Kaji stabbed out with their lance. In the beginning, the Kaji's performance was still a little rusty. However, after the veteran Kaji's reprimands and many times of cooperation, they showed the cooperation that Kaji should have. The 6 Kaji were like a single unit, steadily advancing forward. In the process of advancing, the chaotic swarm of insectoids were constantly being stabbed. Of course, there were also casualties among the Kaji. These were all caused by their lack of battle experience. Some of the injured insectoids on the ground were not noticed by the Kaji recruits, so they would become the targets of the injured insectoids. The Kaji who used non-lance weapons quickly went forward and cleaned up the injured insectoids on the ground without affecting Kaji's battle. Captain Macaulay's voice constantly sounded on the battlefield. His orders were quickly carried out by the Kaji. A smile appeared on his face, because these subordinates were becoming more and more like his brothers from the 1st Battalion. Let's go too. We can't let the Knights steal all the limelight. Transcendent Nathaniel said to Transcendent Bartholomew. Okay, the Flashing Blade Mantises are not easy to deal with. Let's share some of the pressure for the night. Transcendent Bartholomew nodded in agreement. The 2 Transcendent Nathaniel rose into the air and flew forward. They understood the importance of training Kaji more than the Knight. Don't look at the Kaji's current performance. As long as they had a lot of battle experience, even rank 3 insectoids could be killed by the Kaji's battle formation. Otherwise, why would the military equip Kaji spear with a rank 3 material spearhead? David divided his attention a few times. The shadow attendant was observing the 6th Knight while paying attention to the 3 flashing blade mantises' movements. Suddenly, he discovered that the 3 flashing blade mantises had separated. The flashing blade mantises had opened up a large distance in 3 directions and continued to move forward. David was very sure that the first target of these flashing blade mantises was him. He needed to think of a way to deal with them without exposing too much of his abilities. The 6 Knights had also discovered the movements of the flashing spirit saber mantises, but they couldn't split up. Right now, they could only deal with 1 flashing spirit saber mantis as quickly as possible and then chase after the rest. The 2 Transcendent flying in the sky also saw it. They locked onto a flashing spirit mantis and flew towards it. Chapter 498. There was still 1 flash saber mantis that no one could deal with. The six knights could kill it faster if they worked together, but the two transcendents didn't dare to split up. They had to be extra careful when dealing with one flash saber mantis, let alone two flash saber mantis at the same time. David stared at the flash mantis that was running towards him through the shadow attendant. The flash mantis was very difficult to deal with. It didn't stay in place at all, and it would use space dash from time to time, disappearing and reappearing in a flash. The distance it reappeared at was different every time. There was no pattern to it at all. David could be sure that his sniping ability had increased a lot, but it was only against first and second rank insectoids. He still needed to catch the third rank insectoids off guard, otherwise it would be very difficult to pose a threat. Especially since the flash mantis was a third rank insectoid that was known for its flexibility. This made it even more unrealistic to snipe the prepared flash mantis. Fortunately, David's close combat ability wasn't weak. He didn't need to worry about the threat of the flash mantis after it got close to him. In fact, if he wanted to, he could use underground stealth to avoid the flash mantis. David put away the Roarer sniper rifle. He knew that he couldn't snipe the flash mantis, so waiting for an opportunity to snipe would be a waste of time. After David stood up from the ground, his figure quickly retreated. He needed to be far away from the battlefield to hide some of his special abilities. Lieutenant Colonel David, you can enter the battle formation and blend into the Kaji battle formation. It'll buy you some time. The night will go over. Nathaniel Transcendent didn't see David's actions. When he saw a flash mantis rushing towards the back, he quickly said to David. David certainly wouldn't listen to Nathaniel Transcendent. This could indeed buy him some time, but it would also cause a lot of casualties to the Kaji. It might even cause the collapse of the Kaji's battle formation. After all, this was the first time most of the Kaji had experienced such a battle. Once their battle formation was broken by a Class 3 insectoid, the consequences would be a nightmare. It wasn't as if a camp explosion had never happened in war, and it was all because of new recruits. Experienced veterans would never blow up a camp. If David had a way to deal with it, he would not choose to use Kaji to block the disaster for him. Leave this flashing spirit saber mantis to me. I'll lure it away. Come find me after you've finished your battle, David said as he continued to retreat. At this time, the sixth knight came into contact with a flash mantis. The cunning flash mantis seemed to have already known what the knights were thinking. It didn't come into contact with the knight at all. Instead, it kept wandering outside the formation of the six knights and didn't take the initiative to attack. When the sixth knight wanted to take the initiative to attack the flash saber mantis, the flash saber mantis would avoid them again. The six knights were extremely angry. They constantly changed their formation, squeezing the flashing spirit saber mantis area of activity. Unfortunately, this was an open battlefield, and the flashing spirit saber mantis had the ability to dash through space, so it could suddenly disappear at any time. The six knight were stalled by a flash saber mantis, while the two transcendent were in a different situation. Transcendent Nathaniel was holding a rank 3 heavy axe, while Transcendent Bartholomew was holding a rank 3 warhammer. They were facing another flashing spirit saber mantis. When they landed on the ground and blocked in front of the flashing spirit saber mantis, the flashing spirit saber mantis took the initiative to attack. The flash saber mantis was facing Nathaniel Transcendent. Its figure suddenly disappeared, and it activated its space transcendent ability. Just as Nathaniel Transcendent was looking around, the flash saber mantis appeared beside Nathaniel Transcendent and swept its sharp feet towards Nathaniel Transcendent. Nathaniel Transcendent used to be in the military's Transcendent Reserve team and did rescue missions. He had never come into contact with a rank 3 arachnid like the flash saber mantis. This was also his first time fighting a flash saber mantis, so he didn't know the fighting style of the flash saber mantis. Although there was some information about the flash saber mantis in the information, there was still a big gap between the information and his own experience. Seeing that Nathaniel Transcendent couldn't dodge in time and was about to be chopped by the flash saber mantis foot blades, a rank 3 warhammer appeared in front of the foot blades and saved Nathaniel Transcendent. This was Bartholomew Transcendent's help. The two Transcendent had been good friends for many years and often fought together. They had long formed a tacit understanding between them, which was why Bartholomew Transcendent was able to help in time. The Flash Saber Mantis quickly dodged and avoided Nathaniel Transcendent's heavy axe attack. Its other foot blades swept towards Bartholomew Transcendent, forcing Bartholomew Transcendent to use his rank 3 Warhammer to block. The Flash Saber Mantis took a step forward and launched a fierce attack at the 2 Transcendent at the same time. Each strike of its legs was faster than the last, causing the 2 Transcendent to panic for a moment. They could only defend themselves again and again. The combined strength of the 2 Transcendent was actually not much different from the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis, but the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis had the upper hand. Once the Agile Level 3 Insectoid seized the upper hand, it gave the 2 Transcendent a storm of attacks. If the 2 Transcendent had a tacit understanding and helped each other from time to time, they would have been injured in this round of attacks. Even if they weren't injured, it wouldn't be easy to quickly turn the situation around. Right now, they didn't need to worry about getting rid of the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis to help David. Even they had to consider their own safety. David was not very fast, and this had to do with the fact that the exoskeleton armor's engines have been greatly affected on Warstar. It might not have been obvious when exerting force or in normal combat, but when flying or running at high speeds, there was a clear decrease in speed. He was only 1,000 meters away from the battlefield when the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis caught up to him. This Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis didn't pay any attention to the Kaji and directly used space dash to pass through the Kaji's formation. The Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis's goal was very clear. It wanted to kill the Sniper Kaji and David. Otherwise, the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis wouldn't be able to fight in peace. David saw the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis through the shadow attendant above his head. When it was still 100 meters away from him, he also ran in front of a huge rock. In an environment like Warstar, because of war or natural disasters, huge rocks were exposed everywhere. David had already seen this huge rock and wanted to use it to his advantage. The Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis increased its speed and ran a few dozen meters before using space dash to arrive behind the huge rock. It saw David turn around and hide behind the huge rock, but it didn't see David leave. Therefore, the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis directly used space dash to get behind the huge rock in order to launch a surprise attack on David. In the eyes of the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis, this human Sniper Kaji was too naive and thought that he could hide behind a huge rock. But when the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis appeared behind the huge rock, it didn't see David's figure. David seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis sniffed the air in an attempt to find David. However, for a sniper master who could hide his presence, it was impossible to find him this way. Of course, even if the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis could smell, it still wouldn't be able to find the hidden David. This was because David was in the huge rock beside the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis. David was holding the sharp heavy axe with both hands. The huge rock automatically separated a space, allowing him to raise the sharp heavy axe. But at this moment, the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis was still a bit far away from him. He wanted to wait for the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis to get closer. The speed and flexibility of the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis made David not dare to take the risk. If he wasn't sure that he could kill it, even if he didn't make a move, he didn't want to be killed by the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis. The eyes of the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis flashed with doubt. It was very puzzled that a living person would suddenly disappear. It used its blade to cut the ground a few times, but it didn't find anything. It then began to look around for traces, trying to find a clue. David wasn't in a hurry. He activated Extreme Speed, Vitality Enhancement, Strength Shock, Strength Enhancement, and Strength Overlap. He also added a poison engraving to the sharp heavy axe. Then he maintained the spirit beheading heavy axe technique. From time to time, the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis would enter a range of 5 meters, and his spirit thread would automatically lock onto the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis. When the Flashing Spirit Saber Mantis left the range of 5 meters, the spirit thread would disappear. David didn't make a move when the flashing spirit saber mantis was within 5 meters. He needed to wait for a closer distance. Finally, the flashing spirit saber mantis arrived in front of the boulder and began to observe the boulder. There wasn't a single trace on the boulder. David's underground sneak was a transcendent ability. He had a natural control over the earth, and rocks were one of them. After the rocks separated and merged, there wouldn't be any trace at all. The flashing spirit saber mantis observed for a while, but it didn't find anything. When it turned around and was about to leave, David's opportunity came. The moment the flashing spirit saber mantis turned around, the distance between it and David was less than 1 meter. This distance was the opportunity that David had been waiting for. David first used the high-frequency sound wave, and then his body activated the stored strike innate ability. The sharp heavy axe also activated the sharpness effect. At this time, David had almost completely unleashed his strongest combat power. Because there was only a distance of 1 meter between them, he was 100% sure that he could cut down the flashing spirit saber mantis. Therefore, he activated the power-storing strike. The high-frequency sound wave resounded in the ears of the flashing spirit saber mantis, and it couldn't help but stop its body. When the high-frequency sound wave took effect, a crack appeared on the boulder behind the flashing spirit saber mantis. A sharp, heavy axe flashed with green and white light at the edge of the blade. Even if the flashing spirit saber mantis was not affected by the high-frequency sound wave, it was still not easy for it to dodge the sharp, heavy axe that was accelerated by the spirit thread. After it was attacked by the high-frequency sound wave, it had no chance at all. The sharp, heavy axe split open the small head of the flashing spirit saber mantis and went straight into its brain. Just when David wanted to increase the results of the battle and use the overlapping power's innate ability to attack again, he suddenly felt danger approaching. Without any hesitation, a rank 3 grade shield appeared in his left hand, and he placed the rank 3 grade shield in front of his body. Just as he finished this action, the flashing spirit saber mantis used its blade to split open the boulder and hit the rank 3 grade shield before it died. If David didn't make a defensive action just now, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge the flashing spirit saber mantis' final attack before it died. After the shadow attendant stepped forward and absorbed the soul of the flashing spirit saber mantis, David let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't think that the flashing spirit saber mantis would be so terrifying. After getting rid of the high-frequency sound wave effect, even if its brain was damaged by the sharp, heavy axe, it could still rely on its instinct to swing its blade one last time. From David's point of view, the flashing spirit saber mantis was like a swordsman who specialized in saber techniques. Even if it died, it would use its blade to take the enemy down with it. After he walked out of the boulder, he looked at the flashing spirit saber mantis's blade with a bit of pity. The quality of this thing was a bit better than a normal rank 3 material. He could see this just by looking at the rank 3 grade shield. Other than the finger mark, there was another scar on it. But this was war, and all the spoils of war had to be handed over to the army. Even if he was the one who killed it, he didn't want to violate military discipline. David used his mind to draw the poison engraving pattern and withdrew the poison from the flashing spirit saber mantis. If he didn't withdraw the poison, it would cause a lot of trouble for the logistics department when they were dealing with the materials of the flashing spirit saber mantis. Regardless of whether it was the level 3 enhanced meat that was laced with poison or the level 4 poison that was accidentally contaminated, there would be serious consequences. The duration of the underground move was almost up. David used the last few seconds to return the boulder to its original state. He jumped on a boulder and took out the roaring sniper rifle. The shadow attendant flew straight into the sky. Soon, the shadow attendant found its target. The two transcendent were dodging the attacks of the flashing spirit saber mantis. Several scars had appeared on their transcendent armor. David thought about the flashing spirit saber mantis he killed. That terrifying blade strike. If it were to be classified according to the Federation skill level, the flashing spirit saber mantis's blade technique had reached perfection. Every flashing spirit saber mantis was a blade master. David also noticed that the flashing spirit saber mantis fighting the two transcendent didn't hold back at all. It didn't have any intention of guarding against a sudden attack. This was normal. With a flashing spirit saber mantis chasing after David, the flashing spirit saber mantis thought that it was impossible for David to snipe again. David took out a super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet and pressed it into the chamber. The flashing spirit saber mantis had been taking the initiative to attack. It no longer used its speed and only used its blade technique to suppress the 2 transcendent. For David, it was the best target to snipe. David's finger moved, and the roaring sniper rifle suddenly shook. The sound shield isolated the sound of the sniper rifle. Before the bullet hit the flashing spirit saber mantis, David knew that the sniper was a success. This was the result of his mind. The flashing spirit saber mantis that was continuously waving its blade suddenly changed direction and slashed towards a super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet. It discovered the sniper bullet when it was 100 meters away. The flashing spirit saber mantis blade was faster than its body. When it was about to be hit by the sniper bullet, it actually chose to slash towards the sniper bullet. The flashing spirit saber mantis blade missed the sniper bullet. The sniper bullet shot into the flashing spirit saber mantis' eye and then flew out from the back of its head. Chapter 499. Nathaniel Transcendent and Bartholomew Transcendent looked at each other, and Nathaniel spoke in a deep voice. "It's Lieutenant Colonel David." Nathaniel Transcendent's mood was very complicated. He originally thought that the 2 Transcendent could take care of the Flash Blade Mantis, and then help David afterwards. He didn't think that David would help them instead. The 2 Transcendents couldn't imagine how David was able to kill the flashing spirit saber mantis by himself. They had fought with the flashing spirit saber mantis for a while, so they knew how terrifying it was. Even if the 2 Transcendent joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. On the other side, the 6 Knight switched to their heavy swords. One of the Knight activated the deceleration effect on the heavy sword, causing the flash blade mantis speed to slow down for a few seconds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 6 Knights surrounded and killed the flash blade mantis on the spot. David pushed the short wings on the back of his custom-made exoskeleton armor with all his strength. He wanted to quickly enter the battlefield and absorb the souls of the dead insectoids. Although the souls of the level 3 insectoids had a very limited effect on his spirit, accumulating them wouldn't be a problem. As soon as he entered the battlefield, the shadow attendant moved quickly within 100 meters of David like a ghost, absorbing all the souls within this range into his body. David first rushed past the 2 Transcendent and nodded to them. Then he continued to rush to the 6 Knight and absorb the souls of the 2 level 3 Flash Blade Mantis. "General Nathaniel, I'll go help and get rid of the insectoids as soon as possible," David said to Transcendent Nathaniel through the channel. "Lieutenant Colonel David will also help. After the battle, we still need to let the army rest for a while." Nathaniel Transcendent agreed. Although this kind of battle played a great role in nurturing the Kaji, time waited for no one. This battle was just an encounter. The mission of this team was to recover the frontline base's defensive line, which was the main battlefield. If this battle dragged on for too long, it would be too late to end the battle today. Fighting on planet Warstar at night wasn't a good choice. Although the exoskeleton armor had night vision at night, their vision was still greatly affected. On the other hand, the insectoids were the opposite. Night had almost no effect on them, and because of the Federation Kaji's vision, the insectoids' combat strength actually increased. David only wanted to find an excuse to enter the battlefield to absorb the insectoid souls. He didn't have any knowledge of military command. After hearing Transcendent Nathaniel's agreement, he took out his sharp heavy axe and a grade 3 shield and rushed towards the defeated swarm. He swept through the battlefield unhindered, and the rank 1 Zergs were unable to harm him. Every time the sharp heavy axe swept across, a group of rank 1 Zergs would be sliced into 2. David's figure almost covered the entire battlefield. The insectoid souls that he hadn't absorbed before were all absorbed by him. The 2 Transcendent didn't hesitate and chased after the insectoids. The 6 knights saw David's actions and also charged at the insectoids. The battle ended quickly, and the entire battlefield was littered with insectoid corpses. Everyone take a rest. After Captain Macaulay issued the order, the Federation soldiers walked out of the battle. The current Kaji couldn't be called recruits anymore. After going through this kind of battle, they had become the Federation Kaji. However, many of the Federation Kaji looked at the insectoid corpses on the ground after the battle ended. Although their masks blocked the smell, it still made them retch. The leading veteran made the Federation Kaji rest and take nutrition supplements while he summarized the battle. It was the best time to summarize the battle. Avoiding mistakes was the only way to reduce the casualties on the battlefield. The medic Kaji treated the injured Federation Kaji. Minor injuries could be treated on the spot, while serious injuries could be sent to the medical spaceship behind for treatment. The logistics department also began to clean up the battlefield. The 3 level 3 insectoid corpses and the level 1 and level 2 insectoid corpses on the ground were all collected into the transport spaceship. These would be handed over to the military for unified handling. The transcendent Nathaniel saw the cut on David's level 3 shield and couldn't help but say, "Lieutenant Colonel David, it seems like you're in danger too." David nodded and said, "The Flashblade Mantis's blades are too scary. It will continue to attack even before it dies. Thank you for your help today. Otherwise, I would have lost face in front of these subordinates, and it would have been difficult to manage in the future." Nathaniel Transcendent smiled bitterly and thanked him. If David hadn't killed the 2 Transcendents Flash Saber Mantis and severely injured the 2 Transcendent, he would have lost his prestige in front of this group of subordinates he had just met. It would be very difficult for him to regain the trust of his subordinates in the future. If the subordinates of an army did not believe that Transcendent could protect them, the consequences would be disastrous. I also want to thank you for helping me block a flashing spirit saber mantis. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take it. David didn't take the credit and said with a smile. Nathaniel Transcendent looked at the damage on the Transcendent armor and didn't say anything more. Sometimes, words of gratitude didn't need to be said too much. After resting for 10 minutes, the Federation Kaji replenished their nutrients. After summarizing their experience, the team set off again. However, the Federation Kaji were full of morale at this time. They were full of killing intent as they walked. This killing intent was very weak against the Federation Kaji individually, but when gathered together, it formed a very strong momentum. Nathaniel Transcendent and Bartholomew Transcendent looked at their subordinates with joy. This would be the foundation for the reconstruction of the 3rd frontline base. Even if they added more troops, it would only be the new Kaji. Now, the 6,000 Federation Kaji had taken shape. Not long after they set off, they arrived at the original location of the 3rd frontline base. Now, it was completely destroyed. The dozen or so tall defensive walls were only left with some alloy structures. Most of the alloy had been eaten by the Zergs. Normal Zergs could also eat metal as food, but they weren't as fast as the metal-eating ants. The alloy they ate would also become energy for the Zergs. Compared to kryptonite, which contained energy, the alloy didn't provide much energy for the Zergs. If it weren't for the sake of destroying the defensive walls, normal Zergs wouldn't eat alloy as food. Stop! Logistics, build the defensive walls. Captain Macaulay ordered loudly. Following his order, the 6,000 Federation Kaji stopped advancing, stopping 3,000 meters away from the original defensive line. Although there were only 6,000 Federation Kaji, 2 Transcendent, and 6 Knight combatants in this operation, as well as David, the sniper master sent to assist, the logistics at the back were very large. The logistics department's large transport ships didn't dare to fly too high. They could only fly at a low altitude. After passing through the cleared passage, they arrived at the scene. The logistics department was very experienced. They calculated the time perfectly and wouldn't put the large transport ships in danger because it was too early or too late. If the 10 large transport ships didn't calculate the time precisely and plan the best plan, they would definitely be targeted by the Zergs. The large transport ships landed on the ground. The cargo doors of the transport ships opened, and heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles drove out from inside. When these super long and super heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles drove out of the large transport ships, they immediately left deep wheel marks on the ground. This was also when the heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles used dozens of weight wheels. One could only imagine how terrifying the weight of the heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles was. All the Federation Kaji maintained a vigilant posture. The heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles slowly stopped behind them and were protected by them. However, they would soon be protected by the heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles. As all the heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles drove out of the 10 large transport ships, the number of heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles reached 20. The heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles assembled together. Then, all the heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles began to transform. The heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles transformed into different parts with different functions according to the preset functions. Soon, under the protection of the 6,000 Federation Kaji, a defensive wall appeared behind them. David had heard before that the defensive wall here was formed by the heavy mobile armored defense engineering vehicles. However, this was the first time he saw the formation of a defensive wall with his own eyes. The defensive wall was over 1,000 meters long and covered with Gaussian cannons. It formed a defensive fortress that could provide the Federation Kaji with the most effective support. David saw a medium-sized warship fly over and land behind the defensive wall. Then, 100 sniper Kaji with sniper rifles on their backs walked out of the warship and quickly entered the defensive wall. These were the 100 sniper Kaji assigned to the 3rd frontline base. They were also the first batch of sniper Kaji. As for why they only came now, the reason was very simple. Sniper Kaji was an important strategic resource. If there were no conditions on the battlefield, Sniper Kaji would not be allowed to join the war. Sniper Kaji would not be allowed to join the battlefield until there was a defensive wall. Of course, David, a sniper master, was a special existence. If David did not have strong close combat abilities, he would not have been sent to assist in the retaking of the 3rd frontline base. Advance slowly, Captain Macaulay ordered loudly. The Federation Kaji was led by the Shield Kaji at the front, the Spear Kaji at the back, and the rest of the Kaji as support. They lined up in a row in front of the defensive wall and slowly advanced forward. The defensive wall behind them was also slowly following them. David could even feel the ground shaking. The transcendent Nathaniel explained to David, "Every frontline-based defense line is carefully chosen. The ground is flat and solid. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand the weight of the defensive wall." David could also see that if the ground was soft, this kind of mobile defensive system would not work at all. Only the flat ground here could allow the 1,000-meter-long defensive wall to move at will. The transcendent Nathaniel did not ask about the process of Captain Macaulay commanding the battle. Every detail of the battle had a standard, and every battle commander had to master it. This was also the experience that the Federation Army had summed up over countless years. It was the most suitable battle plan that was analyzed and researched based on countless wars. The trembling of the ground and the arrival of the army here made the insectoids at the original defensive line move. From the damaged defensive wall, from the caves on the ground, and from the insectoid-occupied areas further away, countless insectoids were gathering. David said to the 2 transcendent Nathaniel and the 6th Knight, "Everyone, I'll go to the sniping position. I can display my ability to the best of my ability there." The leading knight bowed and said, "Sir David, we will cooperate with you." In fact, this knight was very dissatisfied with the battle of his team of knights in the previous battle. Under their protection, David still faced a flash mantis alone. This was also David's own problem. If David had hidden in the Federation's Kaji battle formation, no matter how powerful the flash mantis was, it would not have been able to easily get close to David. However, David had indeed encountered danger, which made him feel that he had neglected his duty. It must be known that before this team of knights came to carry out the mission, Knight Millet had told them to take care of it. Although this matter was not personally told by Baron Du Bois, Knight Millet's status was enough for them to take it seriously. David nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you for your trouble." The two transcendent Nathaniel looked at David enviously. To be able to receive such treatment from the great world of God, they had never seen anyone from the Federation receive this kind of treatment. David rose into the air and flew towards the sniping window in the middle of the defensive wall. He entered through the sniping window, where there was already a team of 10 Kaji snipers. A Kaji sniper who was already in position in the center stood up and saluted. "Lieutenant Colonel David, please." "Thank you." David was not polite and returned the salute. "It is our honor to be able to snipe with you." This Kaji sniper was clearly very excited as he said. When David took out the 2 sniper rifles from his back, the 10 Kaji snipers all looked at the 2 sniper rifles with envious eyes. The Roarer sniper rifle was their ultimate goal. Only after becoming a sniper master could they use this kind of super large caliber sniper rifle. Although they could use the Roarer sniper rifle, this kind of new sniper rifle could only be applied for by the elites among the Kaji snipers. None of them had the qualifications. As soon as David was in position, he immediately started sniping. He chose to snipe the rank 2 insectoids within his sniping range. The effective sniping range of the Roarer sniper rifle was 5,000 meters, so David started sniping earlier than the other Kaji snipers. Of course, the Gaussian cannons on the top of the defensive wall also began to shoot the Gaussian shells towards the targets in the distance following David's sniping. The war ignited from long-range attacks. Chapter 500. Since they hadn't entered the sniping range yet, and David, the legendary sniper master, was on the side, the 10 Kaji snipers in this sniping position were all secretly watching David's sniping process. The only thing that surprised them was that David's sniping interval was too short. Sniping every 0.5 seconds made the Kaji feel extremely embarrassed. It was important to know that David was using a super large caliber sniper rifle. The recoil of this kind of rifle was so strong that the Kaji couldn't even withstand it. Without the spirit guidance technique of a sniper master, it was impossible to eliminate such a large recoil. But it was this super large caliber sniper rifle that David was able to shoot continuously. These snipers were the strongest among the Kaji, and the interval between each attack was about 3 seconds. This was the most ideal situation. In addition to finding the target and re-aiming, sniping once every 10 seconds was very fast. After understanding the gap between them, some of the Kaji snipers were depressed, but some of the Kaji snipers had set goals in their hearts. So the Kaji snipers could be this strong. David didn't know what the Kaji sniper beside him was thinking. His sniping was covered by the attack of the Gaussian cannons, so it didn't attract much attention from the Zergs. The Zergs were organizing, and a large number of Zergs were gathering. Warning! 50 poison moths are approaching. The scanning device inside the defensive wall sounded an alarm. This was also the advantage of having a defensive wall. The defensive wall not only provided firepower support for the army, but it also provided support from all directions. The scanning device could detect some special Zergs, such as the poison moths. If the Zergs weren't careful, the poison powder would make a large number of Kaji lose their ability to fight. All of you, change your breathing to internal circulation. Captain Macaulay ordered. Changing the exoskeleton armor to internal circulation could block out the poison powder of the poison moths. This was the battle experience. A lot of Kaji weren't used to internal circulation. Although the breathing environment created by the internal circulation was a simulation of a real environment, it wasn't a real environment. Breathing for a long time would have some impact on their fighting ability. Although the impact was small in a battle of life and death, even a little bit of impact could be fatal. David discovered the poison moths group earlier than the scanning device. The poison moths group flew over from the Zerg's territory. The shadow attendant in the sky discovered them. When the scanning device alerted him, David's Howler sniper rifle had already fired a super large caliber level 2 sniper bullet. The poison moths group's flying speed wasn't slow, but they were all killed by David before they could reach the gathering area 3,000 meters away. As all the poisonous moths were killed, the arachnids seemed to have sensed that the humans' long-range attacks were effective against them. Therefore, after a sharp cry, all the gathered arachnids charged towards the defensive wall. This seemed to have messed up the Zerg's plan, causing the charging Zergs to be very relaxed. Most of the Zergs that came from the Zerg's territory were still on their way. The first batch of Zergs that rushed toward the defensive wall numbered less than 50,000. With the defensive wall, the Gaussian cannon and David's long-range sniper rifle cleared out the Zergs that were level 2 and above. When the Zergs continued to approach, the 100 Kaji snipers began to perform their role and began to snipe the important targets. However, among these sniper gunshots, there was one sound that was particularly special. David had switched to the Howler sniper rifle and was shooting at a crazy rate of 0.1 seconds per shot. In the 10 seconds since David switched to the Howler sniper rifle, the 10 Kaji snipers who were in the same position as him had all forgotten about their own sniping. They all stared blankly at David's sniping. David was using the Howler sniper rifle that was specially made for sniper masters. That super large caliber sniper rifle couldn't be directly compared to their own sniper rifles. However, the Howler sniper rifle that David was using now wasn't much different from their own sniper rifles, although the Howler sniper rifle was slightly better in some aspects. After a comparison, the real gap between them and David was revealed. The sniping ability of the 10 Kaji snipers added together wasn't as good as David's. Perhaps this wasn't right, because even if the 10 Kaji snipers added together, they were still far from David's sniping ability. The sniping effect of David alone was almost the same as the sniping effect of their entire sniper team. Transcendent Nathaniel didn't expect that the most difficult battle to reclaim the defensive line would become so easy. The first wave of 50,000 Zergs barely affected the speed of the Federation Kaji and the defensive wall. David's sniping almost killed all the level 2 Zergs. After the 100 Kaji snipers lost their targets, they began to snipe the powerful level 1 Zergs. This greatly reduced the pressure on the Federation's armored soldiers. Amidst the cries of battle, groups of insectoids fell one after another. A level 3 Zerg phantom millipede has appeared. Nathaniel Transcendent Nathaniel reminded Bartholomew Transcendent next to him when he saw the phantom millipede appear. Nathaniel Transcendent's intention was to tell Bartholomew Transcendent that it was time for them to move out. As for the Sixth Knight, the two Transcendent never expected the Sixth Knight to take the initiative to attack. Transcendent Bartholomew waved a level 3 war hammer in his hand and said loudly, "Let's go. It's time for us to make a move." However, the two Transcendent Nathaniel who were about to rush down stopped before they could move. This was because the seemingly powerful phantom millipede had been hit by a sniper bullet and died with its head blown open. The two Transcendent Nathaniel didn't need to think too much to know that this was David's masterpiece. It was extremely difficult to kill a level 3 Zerg on the battlefield because of their high sensitivity. This was because the level 3 insectoids were extremely sensitive to danger. As long as the sniper rifle was aimed at the level 3 insectoids, the level 3 insectoids would sense it. With the speed of a level 3 insectoid, as long as it sensed the danger of being sniped, it would be almost impossible to snipe a level 3 insectoid. If there were no Gaussian cannons and 100 Kaji snipers on the battlefield, David would not have been able to kill the level 3 Mirage millipede so easily. Kaji's Gaussian cannons and 100 snipers kept firing bullets, causing the entire battlefield to be filled with bullets. In such an environment, the snipers who could hide their killing intent were unable to be discovered by the thousand-legged phantom worm. On the battlefield, the chaotic environment was a great help to David's sniping. This could be seen from the fact that David had killed many level 3 Zergs when he was assisting the 4th Frontline Base's defense. The current situation was just a replica of the previous battle. The two Transcendent looked at each other, and Nathaniel Transcendent said with a wry smile. Looks like we don't have to do anything. Nathaniel Transcendent really wanted to keep David here, but he also understood that it was just wishful thinking. At this moment, he was particularly envious of Babington Transcendent. With a sniper master like David, who had a great influence on local wars, he could reduce a lot of pressure on the 4th Frontline Base's defense line. The defensive wall kept moving forward, and the arrival of the Zerg reinforcements did not affect the advancement of the entire army. It only added a pile of Zerg corpses in front of the defensive wall. During this period, 2 more level 3 Zergs appeared, but they were killed by David as soon as they entered within 5,000 meters of David. In such a chaotic battlefield, David's sniping ability had increased by a lot. The position of the 3rd Frontline Base's defense line was quickly reached. At this point, the defensive wall did not advance any further. Captain Macaulay ordered the Federation's Kaji to stay put and defend. After the second wave of Zergs did not have any effect, the Zergs did not continue to attack. A large number of Zergs retreated and returned to the area previously occupied by the Zergs. In fact, the Zergs also understood that this was the demarcation line set by the 3 parties. Although the Zergs could occupy it, the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation would definitely take it back. After the Zergs realized that they could not cause too much damage to the recaptured army, they gave up on attacking. The Zergs did not want to put too much combat power in this operation. After all, the full-scale war had not fully begun, and it was currently just a consumption stage. Captain Macaulay looked at the retreating Zergs and smiled. The pressure on Captain Macaulay was even greater than the 2 Transcendent. He led 1,000 veterans Kaji and 5,000 recruits Kaji to participate in the war. The 5,000 recruits Kaji could have an accident at any time. It was only now that the recapture mission was over that Captain Macaulay could finally relax. Only one defensive wall was obviously not enough. One defensive wall could not accommodate 6,000 Federation's Kaji. A large number of large transport spaceships flew over and released heavy mobile armored defensive engineering vehicles to form new defensive walls. Following the large transport spaceships were soldiers of other professions. These soldiers were responsible for operating the defensive walls and maintaining the operation of the defensive walls. It only took 2 hours for 15 defensive walls to be rebuilt on the ruins of the 3rd Frontline Base's defense line. The Gaussian cannons ensured that a small number of Zergs could not pose any threat to the defensive walls. The defensive system of 15 defensive walls made it even more difficult for the Zergs to attack. The great world of God's defensive fortress has also been destroyed. David stood beside the 2 Transcendent and shook his head as he looked at the defensive fortress not far away that was also destroyed by the Zergs. Their reconstruction work is slower than the Federation's, but it will be done by tomorrow night at the latest, Transcendent Nathaniel said with a smile. The great world of God and the Interstellar Federation were allies. The reason 6th Night came this time was to rebuild the defensive fortress. Sir David, we need to say goodbye to you. Our mission is to stay here. The leading knight rode over on a warhorse and said to David, I wish you all the best here. David said with a smile. The 6th Night bowed to David and then went to the ruins of the defensive fortress. David watched the 6th Night come to the ruins and set up 6 tents. It seemed that they would stay there until the defensive fortress was built. General Nathaniel, I'm going back to the base. David also said goodbye to Transcendent Nathaniel when he saw that the 3rd Frontline Base's defensive line was set up. Lieutenant Colonel David, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, our losses would be huge. I will personally report your achievements to the military. Transcendent Nathaniel thanked him solemnly. David rose into the air and flew in the direction of the 3rd Frontline Base's headquarters. Now that the 3rd Frontline Base's defensive line had been recovered, this area had become the rear of the war. Although there is a certain amount of danger, because it was close to the defensive line, the degree of danger was reduced a lot. Spaceships transporting supplies could be seen in the sky from time to time. Transcendent Babington sat in his office and looked at the latest report. When he saw the news that the 3rd Frontline Base's defensive line had been recovered, he quickly opened the report's details and saw David's achievements. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Transcendent Babington took the initiative to apply for David to help recover the 3rd Frontline Base. When Babington Transcendent heard that the military didn't agree to immediately award David the Knight of Nations badge, he thought of helping David increase his achievements to force the military to change their mind. Transcendent Babington had long guessed that David would participate in this mission and would inevitably perform well, but he didn't expect such a brilliant performance. According to the report's description, David played a decisive role in the recovery mission. I'd like to see if the military can still hold David's Knight of Nations badge, Transcendent Babington said with a hint of pride. Transcendent Babington couldn't help David in other areas. He could only take care of David as much as possible within his power. In the chat, Transcendent Babington found that David had some special feelings for the Knight of Nations badge, which made him think of the idea of helping David get the Knight of Nations badge as soon as possible. In his opinion, David's great achievements this time were enough to make the military change their mind. David didn't know the reason for this. He wanted to participate in this kind of recovery mission, regardless of whether there were any achievements or not. For example, in this mission, he harvested a lot of Zerg souls, and at the same time, his sniping ability was greatly improved. David returned to the dormitory and called the shadow attendant. He pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and poured soul energy into his body. This time, the soul energy was not as boundless as he had imagined. He thought that the number of level 1 Zerg souls would be at least 50,000, plus some level 2 Zerg souls, and a few level 3 Zerg souls would provide him with a lot of soul energy. However, the soul energy that was actually transferred into his body was extremely limited. When he asked the shadow attendant to open the attribute panel, the values on the attribute panel confirmed this. David's spirit increased from 8.01 to 8.03. So many Zerg souls only increased his spirit by 0.2 points. He thought that would be difficult to increase his spirit, but he didn't expect that after reaching 8 points, even level 3 Zerg souls couldn't increase his spirit by much. Because he killed a lot of level 3 Zergs this time, he didn't know how much a level 3 Zerg could increase his spirit, but he was sure that a level 3 Zerg could no longer increase his spirit by 0.01 points like before. Chapter 501. David then asked the shadow attendant to list out all the knowledge orbs he had obtained today. Most of these knowledge orbs were things he already had or had learned. Only 3 of the knowledge orbs were somewhat special. The Space Dash talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb, needless to say, was provided by the 3 Shining Mantises. When David saw the Space Dash talent requires space energy to activate knowledge glowing ball, his heart was filled with yearning. It must be known that if he were to fight against the flashing Spirit Mantis head-on, not to mention the flashing Spirit Mantis ability to control its legs, just this Space Dash ability alone would be difficult for him to resist. If he could have this Space Dash ability, then to a certain extent, he could use this movement advantage to reduce the long entanglement with the enemy and expand his one-hit kill advantage. David's biggest disadvantage at the moment was that he was only a peak Kaji. His speed, physique, and strength were much lower than the Transcendent level. In this case, the only thing he could use was his strange ability and his strength as a Grandmaster Heavy Axe. Therefore, David was not good at protracted battles. Instead, he needed to end the battle quickly. With the Space Dash ability, his strength would increase a lot. David looked at the space energy required to activate Knowledge Orb and couldn't help but feel troubled. Where could he get the space energy? Fortunately, after his spirit had increased, there were detailed instructions behind the Knowledge Orb, which gave him a direction to solve the problem, unlike before where he had no goal at all. David first tried to forcibly move the Space Dash. Talent requires space energy to activate Knowledge Ball into his body. However, when the Knowledge Ball entered David's body, he could feel the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball rapidly crumbling. He had no choice but to watch the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb turn into specks of starlight and disappear. One space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb was wasted just like that. Fortunately, he still had two space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orbs, otherwise such a waste would be enough to make his heart ache. When the space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb collapsed. He also knew why it collapsed. The learning process of this space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb required the support of space energy. David didn't provide any space energy to this space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb, so the knowledge orb collapsed on the spot. Thinking about space energy, David's first thought was the space wrist guard. Could he extract space energy from the wrist guard? He tried to transfer the space energy from an empty wrist guard, but he found that the space energy in the wrist guard was completely solidified, so he couldn't transfer it all. David counted all of his equipment. Finally, he set his eyes on the transcendent stiletto. The transcendent stiletto had space energy, and it was the kind that could be transferred. David tried to transfer the space energy into his body. Because the transcendent stiletto was activated from his left calf, the space energy entered his body through his left calf. David felt a sharp pain in his left calf. He quickly checked and found that a piece of flesh on his left calf had been directly decomposed by the space energy. Luckily, he was only trying to transfer a small amount of space energy into his body. Otherwise, his left calf wouldn't be injured like this. Is there a problem with the way I transferred the space energy? David thought as he treated the wound. He couldn't ask anyone else about this situation, so he could only slowly figure it out himself. David tried again. This time, he reduced the amount of space energy he transferred to a very small amount. However, when the space energy was transferred from the transcendent stiletto, another wound immediately appeared on his left calf. My body can't handle space energy at all, David thought as he accepted the fact that he couldn't do anything about it. The space energy was too advanced. Even if it was only a small amount, it was still not something his body could handle. The bloody left calf confirmed this. Looking at this space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball, David gritted his teeth and prepared to try again. If he failed again, he would put away the last space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball, and wait for the next time. Since his body couldn't handle the space energy, David learned the knowledge balls through his mind. His mind could connect to the transcendent stiletto and connect with the space energy. Could he connect the space energy with the space dash? Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball through his mind? This was the only solution he could think of at the moment. Since he could only waste one more space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball, David immediately started to do it. This time, David first connected his mind with the transcendent stiletto and used his mind to transfer the space energy from the transcendent stiletto. On the other hand, he asked the shadow attendant to transfer the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball into his body. At the same time, he used his mind to wrap this space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball. Just when David was waiting to see if it would succeed, his vision blurred, and he entered into an illusion. David found that he had turned into a flashing blade mantis. Of course, he still couldn't control the body of the flashing blade mantis like before. He could only feel everything that the flashing blade mantis felt. David felt that there was a strange energy inside the flashing blade mantis body. That energy was very similar to the energy inside the transcendent stiletto. However, the space energy inside the flashing blade mantis body was much more powerful than the transcendent stiletto. The flashing blade mantis started to run. Afterward, the flashing blade mantis used its mind to transfer the space energy to draw a strange pattern. The drawing of this pattern was very complicated. Every bit of space energy needed to be input into it. During the drawing process, the input of space energy was constantly changing. This made the complicated pattern even more difficult to replicate. If it wasn't for the fact that David could feel all the senses of the flashing blade mantis and feel the entire process of the drawing process, and at the same time, he also received the inheritance of the flashing blade mantis. Even if David's mind reached 8 points, he still wouldn't be able to replicate this pattern. One must know that the reason why the flashing blade mantis could draw the space dash pattern was because the flashing blade mantis was born with the ability to control space. The inheritance of the flashing blade mantis gene told it how to draw the space dash pattern, and the ability to control space since birth gave it the skill to draw the space dash pattern. With these 2 points combined, the flashing blade mantis was able to use the space dash ability. The space dash pattern drawn by the flashing blade mantis flew in front of it. Immediately, an illusory hole appeared in front of David, who sensed the space synchronously with the flashing blade mantis. The flashing blade mantis rushed into the hole and then appeared on the other side. During this process, the space energy that was originally used to draw the space dash pattern was magically replenished. David couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the world. The space energy inside the flashing blade mantis body was like a key. After opening the space hole, the key would automatically disappear, but after entering the space hole, the key would reappear. The flashing blade mantis once again absorbed the space energy during the space dash and when it entered the torn space. Therefore, the flashing blade mantis could use this space dash ability infinitely, because the space energy would automatically replenish itself during the space dash. Of course, if the flashing blade mantis wanted to increase the distance of the space dash, then it would need to inject more space energy into the space dash pattern. This made the space dash pattern even more complicated because different distances required all the space energy input during the drawing process to be readjusted. David was inside the flashing blade mantis body, constantly following the space dash pattern from far to near. This was also a learning process until his consciousness returned to reality. When he opened his eyes, he immediately sensed that the space energy inside the transcendent stiletto had been completely depleted. This startled him. The transcendent stiletto was his most important weapon, so it couldn't be damaged by him. David used his mind to slowly sense the situation inside the transcendent stiletto. After a while, he discovered that the space energy inside the transcendent stiletto was recovering at a very slow rate. Thinking about it, if the transcendent stiletto couldn't recover its internal energy, then the transcendent stiletto would become a consumable item. David quickly calculated in his mind that at this rate of recovery, it would take 6 hours for the transcendent stiletto to fully recover its spatial energy. David looked at the time. It was already nighttime. After practicing the crystal meditation, he directly went to sleep. The next day, he soaked the earth vein leaf, added the level 3 strengthened meat, and practiced the spirit forging metal body technique and the soft body technique. David felt that he wasn't far from the full state. At this time, no matter how busy he was, he didn't dare to stop training. At the same time, he couldn't neglect his resources. Fortunately, the level 3 strengthened meat he had accumulated from killing the level 3 insectoids was enough for his training. In addition to the earth vein leaf that Baron Du Bois had given him, there probably weren't many people in the entire Interstellar Federation who had better training resources than him. After finishing his training, David refused to let 2nd Lieutenant Mawson follow him. Today, he decided to go to the 4th Frontline Base by himself. The main reason was that he wanted to use this opportunity to test his space dash ability. On David's status panel, there was already this space dash ability. Although there was still space energy required to activate behind it, David had already grasped this ability. 2nd Lieutenant Mawson piloted the Wings of Death assault ship. He took 2nd Lieutenant Harcourt and the other 6 Kaji subordinates of David to the front line first. Although 2nd Lieutenant Mawson was very curious, this was only his instinct as an intelligence officer. He had already assumed his position as David's adjutant. He would listen to all of David's requests 100%, just like an ordinary adjutant. David didn't fly today. He ran on the ground. After leaving the scanning range of the base, he let the shadow attendant fly into the sky and investigate the surrounding situation. After confirming that there were no problems, he mobilized his mind. He connected his mind to the transcendent stiletto. The space energy of the transcendent stiletto had already been replenished overnight. David directly guided the space energy out of the transcendent stiletto. He didn't let it enter his body, but instead drew the space dash rune outside his body. Although it was his first time drawing the space dash rune, it was like David's body's instinct. It was also like he had successfully drawn it thousands of times. With just a thought, the complicated space dash rune was successfully drawn. Unfortunately, because the space energy of the transcendent stiletto wasn't strong, the space energy he could mobilize was far less than that of the flashing blade mantis. Of course, the flashing blade mantis body was much larger than David's body. David's body also needed less space energy to perform the space dash. David tried his best to use up all of the space energy in the transcendent stiletto, and the space dash rune he drew flew in front of him. David looked at the space hole that appeared in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, and then he resolutely rushed in. Time became meaningless after entering the space hole. After he entered, the exit appeared in front of him. He rushed out from the exit. David looked back and judged that the distance of this space dash was only about 6 meters. This was also because his body was smaller than the flashing blade mantis. If the flashing blade mantis used the same amount of energy, it would at most be able to reach a distance of 1 meter. David was very satisfied with the 6-meter space dash distance. This allowed him to have an unexpected attack method when he was fighting face to face with the enemy. However, when he sensed that the transcendent stiletto was empty of space energy again, he couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. He originally imagined that the energy of the transcendent stiletto could replenish some space energy during the space dash process. However, it turned out that he was thinking too much. Only creatures like the flashing blade mantis that had the innate space ability could replenish space energy during the space dash process. David had the space dash innate ability, but this ability still had a lot of restrictions. It could only be used once every 6 hours, which made it so that it could only be used as a trump card. Of course, he couldn't use it too often. This ability was too strange. He had to kill anyone who saw it, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Chapter 502. The days went on, as usual, and after a few more days, Worcester's front lines returned to peace. Of course, this peace was relative. If the hundreds of thousands of insectoids attacking the defensive line every day could be considered peaceful, all the frontline bases had been reclaimed. Naturally, not every retaking battle was as smooth as the third frontline base. The losses from the battle a few days ago had been great. However, the Warstar military headquarters had enough troops to replenish themselves. Under the premise of sparing no expense, the defensive line was once again under control. David was the same as before. He went to the frontline base every day to participate in the defensive battle, replenishing his soul energy every day. He originally thought that these days would continue for a while. This morning, he was preparing to go to the frontline base when he was called to the office by the Babington Transcendent. David, sit down first and take a look at this document. When Babington saw David, he waved his hand and pointed to the chair beside him. The Babington Transcendent then sent a document to David's identity bracelet. David received it and opened it. It was an order from the military, mobilizing David to participate in a secret mission. Babington, do you know what the mission is? David looked at the Warstar military headquarters logo on the document, but there was no detailed description of the mission. He could not help but raise his head and ask. Missions from the military were generally given to the Transcendent. He had never heard of a direct order for a Kaji like David to participate. David had never heard of this before, so David needed to ask the Babington Transcendent, who had more experience. I have privately inquired. This mission is a joint operation between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. The mission level is very high, and the details of the mission are unknown. The Babington Transcendent helplessly replied. Missions like this were rare for the Babington Transcendent, and they were generally important missions. I heard that you can choose whether to participate in the Transcendent's missions. Why is this a direct order that I can't even refuse? David continued to ask. The Babington Transcendent actually did not quite understand, so he replied based on his own thoughts. David, the military must have seen your previous records. Some of your special abilities have been noticed by the military. Missions like this, where both worlds are participating, are usually extremely important. The level of the personnel involved is very high. Even if you participate, you will only be a support role, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. This kind of mission is a compulsory mission by the military, so there is no room for refusal. David nodded. He had many ways to protect himself, so he didn't mind the danger of participating in the mission. As long as he didn't encounter those level 5 insectoids, he was confident that he could survive. In addition, once this kind of mission is completed, the reward is very generous. It is estimated that, in addition to your previous meritorious service, a third inheritance of the National Knight badge is indispensable. The Babington Transcendent said with a smile. David knew what the Babington Transcendent meant by this. David's father, Hans, had a third inheritance of the National Knight badge, which made Hans' status in the military and in society very high. If he could also get a third inheritance of the National Knight badge, and father and son also had a third inheritance of the National Knight badge, it would become a much-told story. Then I will go and prepare. David stood up and said, I have applied for a batch of super large caliber third-grade sniper bullets and 10 third-grade healing potions for you. Go to the logistics department to get it. I can only help you with this. You have to be careful. The Babington Transcendent told David before he left. David left the Babington Transcendent's office and went to the logistics department to get more than 500 super large caliber third-grade sniper bullets and 10 third-grade healing potions. He also took all the necessary equipment with him. Then he took the Wings of Death assault ship and flew in the direction of the military. Still some distance away from the Warstar military headquarters, David felt that many presences were locked onto him. Among these presences, there were sniper rifles and Gauss cannons, as well as the presences of strong people. After layers of scanning, the Wings of Death assault ship stopped on the tarmac outside the military headquarters. When David got off the Wings of Death assault ship with his equipment, he saw a major waiting next to a hover car. When he saw David, he walked over with a smile. Lieutenant Colonel David, I am the adjutant of General Adams. The general wants to see you. The major saluted David. When David heard the name General Adams, he was surprised. General Adams was a good friend of his father. He already knew this. However, he didn't expect General Adams to not be an ordinary general in the Warstar military. It seemed that he had quite a bit of power in the military. Although David hadn't been in the army for a long time, there were some things that he could still see. General Adams' adjutant was a major, which explained a lot of things. In truth, David knew far too little about the Warstar military. Otherwise, when he heard the name General Adams, he would have immediately realized that this was one of the generals with real power in the Warstar military headquarters, the true manager of the Warstar military. Second Lieutenant Mawson didn't even dare to get off the Wings of Death assault ship. When he saw the major, he recognized him as General Adams' adjutant. Although this adjutant was only a major, even the generals of the various bases on Warstar had to be careful when dealing with him. Please lead the way. David returned the salute and said politely, Get in my car. The major glanced at Second Lieutenant Mawson, who was still sitting in the driver's seat of the Wings of Death assault ship. He didn't invite Second Lieutenant Mawson to come with him. Instead, there was a cold look in his eyes as he turned to invite David with a smile. David sat in the major's adjutant's hover car and smoothly made his way to the military headquarters underground parking lot. During this time, they went through more than 10 inspections, but the hover car didn't even stop. After getting out of the hover car, they took an elevator to the underground parking lot. The elevator traveled for a distance, and when it opened again, David saw the internal corridors of the military headquarters. The Warstar military headquarters was very large. It was a massive office, and just the buildings took up several square kilometers. If there wasn't a shadow attendant in the sky, it would have been very difficult for him to pinpoint his position through the elevator. However, it was different with a shadow attendant. The shadow attendant in the sky could see that David was in the center of the building complex. The major's adjutant led David to a door and lightly knocked on it. "General, Lieutenant Colonel David is here." "David is here. Let him in. Go and prepare a glass of juice." "Use my quota." A loud voice came from inside the room. When the major's adjutant heard General Adams's words, he looked at David with an even more sincere smile. When General Adams had invited David, the major's adjutant already knew of the friendship between David's father, Hans, and General Adams. It was a friendship that had been forged through life and death on the battlefield all those years ago. Now that he heard General Adams's arrangements, the major's adjutant was even more aware of the importance General Adams placed on David. The general's quota of fruit juice was the best fruit juice in the Warstar military headquarters. It was provided by the great world of God and was only supplied to a small number of people in the Federation. David walked into the office and saw that General Adams wasn't sitting in the office chair, but on the sofa to the side. "General Adams, Lieutenant Colonel David is here on orders." David saluted. "Come, sit down. There are no outsiders here." General Adams smiled and waved his hand, indicating for David to sit. David had seen many powerful people during this period of time, so he wasn't afraid at all. He listened to General Adams's instructions and sat down. "Seeing you reminds me of Hans when he was young. That guy was just as handsome," General Adams said with a smile. "General, I haven't thanked you for your help in the past." David thought of how General Adams had helped him when he was still on Planet Boulder. Although David had taken care of the transcendent himself, he still owed General Adams a favor. "David, call me uncle when there are no outsiders around. Your father, Hans, and I are the best of brothers," General Adams said, then smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. Hans saved my life." "Uncle." David didn't hesitate. This was Hans's good friend, so it was normal for him to call him uncle. "I called you here today to tell you about the risks of this mission. There are some things I need to tell you in advance," General Adams said softly when he heard David change the way he addressed him. At this moment, the major's adjutant came in with 2 glasses of juice. General Adams stopped talking, as if he didn't want the major's adjutant to know what they were talking about. The major's adjutant was also a tactful person. After putting down the 2 glasses of juice, he immediately left the room. "Come, drink the juice from the 100-charm fruit first," General Adams said with a smile as he picked up the glass. David also picked up the glass and looked at the constantly changing color of the juice in the glass. It was a very strange juice. He took a sip gently, and then he felt his mind shake as if a basin of water had been poured on his head. Although the juice of the 100-charm fruit couldn't increase one's mind, it could make one's mind clearer, relieve fatigue, and slightly strengthen one's body. It had a significant effect on people who work for a long time. "This juice is really good," David said with a sigh. "If you want to drink in the future, come and sit," General Adams said with a smile. General Adams put the glass back on the table, and the smile on his face faded a little. "David, you shouldn't be participating in this mission, and the military didn't want you to participate in a mission of this level. For some reason, the great world of God said that you must participate," General Adams said in a deep voice. David stared blankly for a moment. He didn't know many people from God's great world, and the only ones who wanted to harm him were the intelligence organizations of God's great world located in the Federation. However, after being warned by Baron Du Bois, David doubted whether they would still dare to target David, an expert who could single-handedly kill a rank 4 insectoid with a special transcendent ability and a noble with a deep background. In David's view, Baron Du Bois had a very high status in the great world of God, at least on Worcester's side. "But don't worry," You won't be participating in any combat missions this time. You'll only be responsible for scouting. If you discover any danger, immediately protect yourself. Don't worry about others. Remember to come back alive." General Adams continued. "I understand." David nodded heavily. He also knew that, as a general of the military, there would be trouble if outsiders heard what he said. General Adams was only telling him this because of Hans. "After you come back, I'll do my best to get you a Kingdom Knight insignia. It's very difficult to break the traditions of the military, but as long as you have enough contributions, I can speak up for you in meetings." General Adams said with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle." David's eyes lit up. The Kingdom Knight insignia had been his dream for a long time. Hans' insignia made Hans a special existence on planet Monolith. Although Hans kept a very low profile, after something happened, the entire planet, whether it was the government or the military, would actively help him solve the problem. This was the power of the Kingdom Knight insignia. Hans had told David a long time ago that the Kingdom Knight insignia would be passed down to David. David also wanted to tell Hans that he could also have the Kingdom Knight insignia without the inheritance. He wanted to see Hans proud of him. "I really envy Hans for having such a good kid." General Adams thought of David's age and couldn't help but sigh. The military had been dragging on David's Kingdom Knight insignia. On one hand, it was the tradition of the military. The highest honor, the Kingdom Knight insignia, would only be awarded after leaving the military. On the other hand, David was too young. At the same time, David had only been in the military for a short time. Many people thought that if they gave David the Kingdom Knight insignia now, how would they reward him in the future? Were they really going to pass down the Kingdom Knight insignia for dozens of generations? The Kingdom Knight insignia was a reward for those who had outstanding contributions. It could guarantee that their descendants would be able to enjoy this honor. However, the Kingdom Knight insignia could not be passed down for more than 3 generations. When the criteria for awarding the Kingdom Knight insignia for 3 generations was set, the required contributions were very harsh and difficult to achieve. David's current contributions had already exceeded the criteria for awarding the Kingdom Knight insignia for 3 generations. If he had great contributions in the future, how to reward him would become a big problem. David sat in General Adams' office for a while. After finishing his juice, he left the office. "Lieutenant Colonel David, your adjutant will stay here. Next, you will need to take the spaceship with the 3 Transcendent for this operation to the rendezvous point," the adjutant major said as he drove the hover car. This hover car was very special. It quickly passed through the military headquarters and came to a helipad outside. There was a small frigate parked there. After bidding farewell to the adjutant major, David carried his equipment and walked onto the small frigate. When he entered the cabin of the small frigate, he saw that there were already 3 middle-aged men sitting there and talking softly. When they saw him enter, they all looked up at him. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."